You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Oh, we have so much to talk about. Oh, we definitely do. I thought the summer was going to, kind of shift into fall with a nice little pace before things will really take off. Because what we're about to get in the fall is fire. Not just, in general, but in Philadelphia's politics, and my personal life and career, things are about to be really big, very, very fast. And I know I've been hinting at that and teasing and doing the little Easter eggs. And clearly someone said to me the other day, it's like, when Taylor Swift does her surprises, which we're going to talk about that too, I listened to the whole entire episode on New Heights with her and her husband. I'm sorry. There's not a Freudian slip. Her and her boyfriend, Travis Kelce. But someone was like saying that, they were watching to see if she was like her Easter eggs that she do. But I do a lot of that on my own platforms. And I was like, oh, I guess I do a little teasing and hinting and clues and little references, and people want to connect those dots. And sometimes they come back later and things. So I guess I do plant a lot of Easter eggs and things on this podcast often. So I might be doing some of that today. Who knows? But but no, there's a lot going on. Some very interesting things, some exciting things. I mean, for me, all the things I have going on is really, really great and exciting. And some stuff might drop this week. Who knows? Several things might drop this week. Who knows? It's a lot of earth-shattering shit, to be honest. But Philly politics got things going on. I mean, it's a lot happening. So I think a lot of stuff is going to happen even before we get to fall, even before we get past Labor Day. And so all I'm going to say to you all is guard your loins, get ready, buckle your seatbelts. We're in for a very interesting ride. It's a lot going on, on this show. But there's a lot. And sometimes you think and you're like, So yeah, I mean, it's yes. I'm full of excitement because there's just so much tea. There's so much tea to be spilled, and we have a lot to just unpack. News have been dropping. My social media has been buzzing, of course, with everything going on with certain deals. And that's why I even changed the title of this. I had my podcast title, ready, I thought, and then some stuff fell on my desk. And that's how y'all know how fresh my episodes are, because so much stuff be dropping and it's always something. So yeah, let's get into it. So this week before this weekend was a very relaxing week. I just got, I got off the vineyard, was just relaxing at home and, getting back to my groove. I had a lovely dinner with a very fabulous friend at Ruth Chris Steakhouse. Me and her love us a good time. She loves a good dinner. And we had a really fabulous dinner at Ruth Chris Steakhouse. I hadn't been there for dinner, like a real full-fledged dinner in a minute. And it was nice. It was just nice to just go somewhere that was not fussy and just really have a good time. So I enjoyed that. And I had my steak medium rare. It's become a thing now. And I've been talking about, I go back, so I used to, for a long time, I think for like the past 5 years, I've been let me move up. So I want to say 2019, I got really serious on doing medium. Before 2019, I would do medium at the most expensive restaurants. At this point, all I go to for steak is the most expensive restaurants, but not trying to flex. But prior to that, I used to do medium well. I never did well done. Okay, well done was never on my plate. But then, through time, as I started to go out, I started to go to medium. And I thought I was doing something doing medium. And most people do get the steak medium, and there's no judgment there. But then I think around 2019, because this was before the pandemic, someone was like, really you should go for medium rare. Like, that's where you really should go. Now, rare is just barbaric, okay? No rare. But you should really go for that. And let me also say this for those who are new listeners. If you're hearing me describe the steak and you're saying blood, I just want you to know that that's not blood, by the way. Just want to be clear. That stuff coming out, that's not blood. So we got to stop using that, okay? It's not blood. Okay? I want to be clear about that. Cuz a lot of you always say it's blood. I'm like, it's not blood. It's not. And as a food person, it's a red juice. It's mostly water mixed with hypoglobin, which is like basically a protein that stores oxygen in the muscle cells of the meat. So it's like hyoglobin is what they call it. And that's what gives meat its red color. And if it's heated, it changes from pink to then brown. But it's like called hyoglobin or whatever. It's not blood. But everyone says that. And the food critic in me, I'll never leave my love of food. But it's not blood. Okay? Just want to say that. So when people say, "Oh, I don't want to see the pink," you got to burn all the blood cells. That's not how it works. You first of all, that would be unsanitary. Okay, you cannot eat anything with blood. That's disgusting. And the meat has already been cured and all of that. That's not blood. Okay, but it's nice. Now sometimes I hear vegans have done fake meats or things like that, like fake actual meats, and they use a beet juice dye to make it that color so it can feel like that. So if you've gotten some veggie burgers or vegan burgers, whatever, and you're like wondering what is that color or whatever they do, make sure it's all plant-based. They actually use a beet juice or something like a beet dye to make it like an organic, which is it's from a plant. It's plant-based because beets are vegetables, but they will use that to give it that color. But to be clear, it's not blood. So anyway, I want to say for the past 6 years, I've been medium rare. Now, when I do burgers, because this is important, when I get a burger done, I will get well done for burgers. There's a difference between burgers and steaks. Just if you didn't know this, this is random. I didn't think I was going to go into a conversation longer than a minute about this, but I just feel something in my heart because food poisoning is real and I don't want anybody to get food poisoning and get sick out here. With steaks or thick cut meats like steaks or whatever, when you cook them, there's already like a level of like the way they are on the skillet, they rest in the meat and the heat goes through them like a convection system. The issue with burgers is that most burgers, if you're making them at home or you're getting them freshly done and not already, made or whatever, the heat, it could be uneven with the heat. And so you might get a situation where the ends or the front or whatever will be cooked really well, but that inside internal may not be fully cooked. And if you don't get meat fully cooked or the way it's supposed to be, you could get sick. Like seriously sick. Like this is no joke. Like I tell people that with chicken, do not play with chicken. Chicken is nothing to play with. For those who it is not anything to play with. I tell people all the time with chicken and things. Now seafood, raw seafood, you still gotta be careful with that. But chicken, do not play with chicken. Okay. Now I'm not a fan of people who get the chicken. I'm not a fan of chicken that's like when people say I want to get burnt. But I get it. Because, I do like a chicken that's really, I don't like a chicken that's overcooked. But an overcooked chicken is better than an undercooked chicken, okay? Because if you undercook chicken, you could get really in trouble. So I know folks that are like, I want my wing, what they say in Philly, the fried wings, I want them heart, well done, heart. Like you want that crisp. That's too much. But I will not, for people who might have had, any type of trauma with chicken, I get it. I'm not going to judge you. But let's use meat thermometers. Okay? And they're not they're not expensive, actually. Get meat thermometers educate yourself on the temperatures of cooking meats and things, okay? Just be safe out here, especially with all this grilling and cooking and things. Just be safe. But back to burgers and steaks. With steaks, because they're a flat meat and they're thick cut, when you cook them on a skillet or something or whatever grill, the heat convection is even cooked because they're even on an even plane. With burgers, it's hard because one, you got different types of meat. It's a different mixture. The way that you might make them, like you might put them in a ball or whatever, you flatten them. The ends might be cooking at a different temperature because it's not even. It's not even quote unquote cut because it's being made a certain way. And even when you're putting the meat together to create the patty, that might not land. So, at home, you can test it with your own meat thermometer and everything. But if you go to a restaurant, you may or may not know, right? Now, most restaurants, they normally cook it well done to, not well done, medium well? They cook it typically medium well to well done most of the time. But some restaurants might be a little fancy. They might think they're doing it a little differently. And they might try to tell you, what do you want? Do not tell them a temperature like a steak. Because even though they might say they can do that, they may fuck you up. So don't do that. Also, I know people are into surveying. Surveying is a very expensive technique. I've went to some restaurants. Some of the best restaurants do surveying. It's a process where they will marinate and flavor, but then they put it in a vacuum, like a heat vacuum, and they let it steam, and the heat does it so it can keep the moisture, the texture, and even cook, but also maintain a special flavoring that does not allow it to have uneven texture with the steak. It's a very perfectionist type of steak. Surveying is a very expensive process of cooking a steak. Some people have surveyor convection machines at home. It's very pricey. It's cool. People will do that with some burgers and other things, but honestly, don't play with ground beef like that. Just don't. If you go out, listen. And also, to be clear, the type of meat used to make a burger is not the same as some steaks you eat. So if you're eating a prime rib or a porterhouse or a New York strip and things, or even Wagyu, because y'all love y'all some Wagyu now. Those types of meats and cuts require a level, like you really want to taste the value of it, right? But some cheap fajitas, steak, sirloins, not that I'm judging folks that eat sirloins. I grew up eating sirloin steaks. That was like when baby Ernest got on the beginning. Like that, my first steak was a sirloin steak when I was like 12. But when I became like 16, my folks was like, okay, no sirloin, let's do T-bone, let's work our way, let's do porter. I worked my way up into like now, typically I'm getting a ribeye, New York strip. I'm in the big leagues now, but we got to start somewhere. But normally, with fajitas and burgers, things, they're using ground chuck, they're using sirloin. You do not really need to medium well and all that. You don't need to do medium rare or anything like that with those type of things. Like, just get them done, okay? So, just wanted to put that out there. But no, I just had to go on a tirade about steaks. Something told me somebody need to listen to that before they fuck up a grill. Something in my spirit told me that. So, it was a great time. I also went to Best of Philly. I mean, of course, I was at Best of Philly, Philly Mag. I'm still there, political writer at large. I still produce some things with them, Stay tuned for Most Influential 2025, okay, in November issue. I'm working on that right now, but, there's that. But, yeah, I'm really excited. It was a really great event. This is the first time I've been able to go at the Museum of Art, because in the past year or so, it used to be in Dilworth Plaza, but last year for the big 50th anniversary, I was at the Vineyard, so I couldn't go. But this year, the scheduling worked out where it was the week after my Vineyard visit, and so I was able to really have a good time. It was, for all of you all who were there, all of you who stopped and saw myself and Mr. Johnson. He's with his client, Farmer John. Farmer John was on the Best of Philly list for that wonderful, incredible, she's still doing those Farmer John field trips every Saturday morning. If the bus, the experience, she's still doing it. Shout out to them. They just had a big event with Word Radio. They did the Black Agenda. They did a big old cash mob event there. And everybody, Mr. Johnson was there with his client, Farmer John. And I was going to go, but I had another appearance of myself. I was on the Hung Up podcast with my frat brother, Eric Cole, who hosts that incredible show. And you might have heard that name before because he also has a show called Unpacking with on WRD Radio, and he does that weekly. So We're also like radio buds and pals, and we're also frat brothers and all that. And we're part of the same chapter, the Mighty Road chapter. Just fun fact. So I had to do his podcast this weekend on Saturday, so I could not go out there. But of course, Mr. Johnson brought me back some lovely treats from there. Some interesting grapes. Was it grapes? No, this cool type of tomato that has a really cool flavor to it. And just these other cool things. And I want to know what they are. Because I do want to tell you all what they are, because it's just, yeah, it's what did farmer what are those things? Because those, they were so good. And they were different. These are all from her farm, so these are like fruits and vegetables and things I've never tried before. So I was really excited to get into what they were. Like, what was Farmer John has these cool like grapes, and I'm trying to find out, like, I'm trying to remember what they taste like in the other fruits she had. But she had these really exotic fruits that she had. One was called a ground cherry. It was a ground cherry, which had this really good, citrusy taste, and it was really different. Never had anything like it ever before. I never even knew what that was. But she had a ground cherry, and there was another cool vegetable that she had. And then he, of course, brought me some watermelon. She had, oh yes, she had a ginger gold apple. That's what it was. Ginger gold apples. That's what it was. And I've never had a ginger gold apple before. I don't think I ever did, but that was really special. And then these tomatoes that she had was really good. And they were special. They were something different too. But that farm is doing wonderful things. And the watermelon, oh my goodness, the watermelon was incredible. He got me one before everyone else. They sold that. Listen. Black Philadelphia came out to Westchester, which is not too far from Cheney University, and showed mad love to Farmer John's farmstead and did the tour, and it was crazy. Like, it was dozens upon dozens. It was packed, and y'all bought that store. So for those who don't know what a cash mob is, my good friend Kamari Ellis, really, I would say, he's the treasurer of PABJ. He also has a company. He does really great taxes called Philly Tax Team. He does my taxes for my company. But I want to say, I don't know if he originated it, but he really definitely brought it to the Philly scene many years ago. So a cash mob, the way that he told it to me, explained it to me, is when, and he was doing this years ago before it became a trend. But basically, it's when a group of Black people or a community decide to go to a Black-owned business, and it got to have at least, I think his number is 12 people. You have to get at least 12 people, because I guess there's some number around economic impact. But you have to have at least 12 or more people. But you get a group of people or more people, the more the merrier, and they go and they buy out and support a business. Now, the trend here is that the goal is to do it in a local Black-owned business. So some of you all might be thinking, oh, well, we went out to see Black Panther, blah, blah, blah. That's not a cash mob. It is great. Support those films. That's great, right? But that's not a cash mob. It's intentional on local economics, like Black economics in your community. So you have to do it in a community location, and you got to be a small business. It's not like a corporation per se. Like, it has to be something where you can actually put local economic impact in an area, in a community. So it could be like, for example, he did it. So many years ago, he did it at Hakeem's bookstore in West Philadelphia. He did a cash mob there and told people, like, come out and do this. And so he's been doing it. And it's the Buy Back the Hood. It's a whole group, the Philly Black finance rebels. And so they've been doing this for a while. Now, WRD's seen it. Solomon Jones saw it. And in his Black Agenda in the Community initiative that he's doing, he decided to start incorporating cash mobs earlier this year. But he did not invent that idea. That idea has been done well in others. But it's great to see WRD doing it, because it's a great use of the platform, of course, and to do it. So they've been doing it at various places, but this time they really got out of the Germantown inner circles and really did it somewhere that make a big difference. And so they did it at Farmer John, and it was a very great success. Like, they not only supported a small Black-owned business, but supported a Black farmer. And that's even bigger and better. And it was incredible. And like they really made a strong economic impact. And not that, like what we see with cash mobs and the research shows. And if you're listening to this podcast in another black a city, you're in Baltimore, you're in New York, you're in Houston, you're in Atlanta, other places, like let's talk about this, especially in this day and age with all these D&I programs being shut down, all of these programs and stuff being cut to support these individual groups. For the Tabitha Browns that just think that the only place that she can sell her shit is in Target. For all of these folks, let us use our collective impact and influencing. I think that's the one thing that I've always been big about in my career. Everybody's always trying to make everything go national and global. That's cool. But before we can do something on a global scale or a big nationwide scale, let's show what we can do on a citywide scale. And it does not have to just be restaurants, too. Because that's another thing. Like, no shade. I love black-owned restaurants. Of course I do. But I feel like we always center it around food. And so what I like about cash mobs, like that concept, do it at these bookstores. Okay? Do it at these bookstores. I've done things like that at Harriet's. I've done them do them at black-owned bookstores. Not just Bobby's, okay? Everybody love Bobby's. That's cool too. But do it in some other bookstores, Hakeem's and other places. Do it at product stores, like stores, little convenience stores, little shops that just sell products and plants and things. There's so many black-owned businesses that are not centered around just restaurants and bars, right? Let's really spread our wings and do that. So I love the idea of the cash mobs. I love that they're expanding in spaces that are not just restaurant centric. I mean, we should support the restaurants, but let's expand what black-owned businesses look like and what they mean, because they're all over Philadelphia. They're in so many great places. Clearly a barber shop and a salon may not need that, but like other places that are here that are providing certain services that we often go to a mainstream store, grocery store too. And what's great about the economic impact, because some people like to say economic, but economic opportunity for all, she says. What's cool about these cash mobs, in addition to that, is that they have long-lasting power. Once you get a person to go with a crowd of people that look like them, you normalize it, the likelihood of them going is like astronomical, like way over 50% that they will return, and they will return very soon. And so I know with this, I've already heard people who told me that they remember I wrote about it. They remember that I've talked about it before, but they remember like specifically that space. But I think them going not by themselves, but going with other Black people and having that experience, that memory makes them more comfortable to go back again with or without a crowd of other people. And the likelihood of them of word of mouth, especially when it comes to Black-owned businesses, is very crucial, okay? Yes, you can have influences. Yes, you can have a following. Yes, you can have that. But word of mouth still matters. Like my podcast is word of mouth. Like I am the word of mouth to you all. Like, yes, you listen to it on the podcast, but you hear about this, but that carries. That carries, okay? If gossip can carry, so can good word of mouth, okay? Let's not act like word of mouth don't have power, because the tea that people spill in these streets about things there's power in the tongue. And so that also helps footprint and stuff. So let's make cash mob a thing for sure. So yeah, that was fabulous. I enjoyed all the treats, even though I couldn't go, but the watermelon was incredible. There's also a spot in West Philly that does watermelons. I really don't want to promote that. Well, people go, they got a lot of support, and the Inquirer decide to now jump on the bandwagon and do a story about it because everybody else was talking about. But like, there is a place in West Philly, a location that does watermelon spots. It's Black, and they have some of the best watermelons in West Philly, and it's a thing. A lot of people talk about it. It has gotten some national attention. I sometimes want to gatekeep some of our Black like things that are already super successful, because once other people come, then everybody changes, and it becomes a thing. So this place is called Carter's Melons. And there's 3 generations of watermelon purveyors, and they've been doing this for a long time. And it's a experience, but they've been doing it for like 75 years, and it's in West Philly, and it's pretty much, I would argue, the most popular watermelon spot around. It's around 52nd and Spruce, over there, and it's like this intersection between 84th. They sell them on the corner of 52nd and Spruce, which is not too far from where I'm at. But they also have it on the side of 84th and Lindbergh for those. But they are they're beautiful, juicy, seeded. Oh my goodness, these watermelons are some of the best. And so the watermelons that are at Farmer John's location, they're the best. The best watermelons in Philadelphia are either coming from Carter's Melons, okay, or they're coming from Farmer John at this point. Again, two black farmers and their purveyors or whatnot. So just want to put that little plug out there. And watermelon is still in season. Get it while it's good. So just say that. Um, Went to a cool party. So Elijah Mulligan is a longtime, chef in his Philly, black chef. He has a restaurant coming out very, very soon called Love Chow, which is in Spring Garden, where the Lucky Well used to be. And I know that when Joe and Dr. Parks hear this news, yes, our fave, who owned the Lucky Well, he's created a new restaurant. He's going to new places. That man is always opening up something new every 5 seconds. Um, but the Lucky Well is a good restaurant. I am a big fan of them. Um, but the guy who owns the restaurant, his name is Chad. Um, and he always like Chad Rosenthal. He's owned a bunch of restaurants over the years. But he owned it in Spring Garden and it was a great restaurant. But now he's doing some new concepts somewhere else. But that space is now owned by Elijah Mulligan, who has been at several other great restaurants over the years. Um, and now he's about to have one of his own. Long overdue. It's called Love Child. And he had a really great preview that he's very ambitious. He was at this other restaurant that was really popular called Rosemary, and I went to see him in Rosemary. I talked about that when he was at Rosemary. Um, he doesn't own it now, but he was there for a period of time, and it was a whole full-fledged moment. But it's in Ridley Park. But when he was there, the food was incredible. I have not been when Sabatino's been there. I haven't been there since. But I was like wondering where he's going to go next because he's been so many other places in the business, and now we now know what it is. It's Love Child, and it's a really really good restaurant. He used to be at Laurel. He used to be at Stateside, Lebec Finn. I mean, he's been at the Tap Room. He's been just at so many restaurants, but now he's going to be here at Love Child, which is going to have a mix of Japanese and Mexican food he has an Argentinian wood fire grill. I tried some of the food. He's done some little samples at this because it was his birthday. He had a birthday party there and there's a couple of other familiar faces and he was a great party. It was fabulous. So I say all this to say because you all saw this picture of me that has had a lot of attraction. It's a photo of me and I'm in this waffle shirt, cream shirt, all from American Eagle with the shorts. And I'm drinking champagne in a coupe glass, which is also a great way to drink champagne. A lot of you all think everything has to be in a flute. I have found out that actually champagne is not that good in a flute, that the flute doesn't do anything for champagne. It's just mostly a ceremonious thing that flutes mean celebration and people drink champagne in it. Actually, a great champagne really can be had in a big wine glass, like a white wine glass, or a coupe, because it opens it up, the flavors and everything else. And so I'm not saying that you're drinking champagne wrong, but the reason why people actually put champagne in flute glasses is one for celebration, and two because if it's expensive, they want to spread it out more. Because if you drink champagne in a wine glass, and let me be very clear, if you're trying to have multiple people experience the Dom Perignon or the Vouv or whatever, you put it in a flute glass because it's not that many ounces. Now, I have all types of flute glasses. I got some big ass ones that can carry like 6 ounces in them and 8 ounces. Some of them 8 ounces, big ass champagne glass. But normally when I have friends over, like normally I throw a big old New Year's party. I do flute glasses. One, because I want to control the portions. Two, because most people, don't try to drink champagne like wine. They just want a little bit to celebrate. They don't really try to drink it as a connoisseur. I'm a champagne connoisseur person. I love champagne. Like, I love champagne. And I love champagne with caviar. I'm into caviar. Okay? Just a fun fact. Like, if you want to get me something for my birthday, give me some caviar. And I'm not a picky girl, okay? I do have some pearl spoons of my own, but if you can get me a pearl spoon, because I will not Um, I will not eat caviar without a pearl spoon, like a mother of pearl that put on the. Anyway, don't pay me mind. And I'm a little extra fancy. I like caviar with dill chips, like a really good hard dill kettle chip. To have some caviar with that, that is grand. That is grand. Okay, I just want to say that is grand. And don't say bougie and all that other shit. And don't. I can always imagine. This is like my pet peeve. She doesn't even probably know this. Maybe she do. But one of my good best friends, okay, Dr. Parks, I'm going to just say it. Every time she has something that she thinks is expensive or fun, she always calls it bougie, and she always gets this. She always changes her accent and does this fancy. I'm like, why do you do that? Like, it's fun. Just fucking enjoy it, girl. But she always do this. Like, she changes her accent, and listen. I know other people do this, but she always, and it grabs my like, this is normal. Normalize this. It does not have to, you do not have to change your accent. You do not have to change the vibe. You do not have to call this bougie. Just normalize this luxury, girl, and enjoy it with me. But she can't help herself. She's always going to always say fancy. And she says it like that. If she's listening to this, she's going to laugh because she knows I'm getting to her. And Joe knows, and Joe knows it. Joe knows it. Like, she does it all the time. Because oftentimes when we go out, I'm always extra and I am a little fancy. But she does this all the time. And it always grinds back here. That when she's like, it is not. This is not bougie. I don't know. I just be like, no, it's not. It's just nice. It's nice. It's a nice thing. And we deserve these things. And we don't have to treat it like this. Anyway. So yes, I do like it on a very hard kettle chip. This caviar. And yes. But anyway, I was in this photo and I had the champagne in a coupe glass, and you all were eating this picture up. I guess I looked really good. Mr. Johnson, he saw it. He was like, oh, he says, how was that party? I said, I was like, there was a photographer, a good guy of mine. He's really good. He takes really great photos. And he took it, and I guess I look good. Y'all listen, y'all was eating it up, and I knew y'all was eating it up because not that I even count my likes, but normally, like when I post about politics, social issues, and things, y'all eat it up. Normally, when I post selfies and things, you like it, whatever, it's cute, it's nothing, Normally, when I take pictures, of course, of Mr. Johnson, y'all love a cute black love photo, so shout out to that. But normally, I don't really post pictures of myself. Like, I'm not that I'm insecure about how I look or anything, but like I just the vanity of, and I don't even know if it's vanity, but I just feel like on Instagram, I have a platform. And I've always been like this. And it's not about my weight. It's not about any of that stuff. But like, just in general, I just find it like, if you go on my timeline and it's just pictures of just me by myself, and I'm going to throw some shade at some people, and it is what it is. Okay. Take it how you want to take it. But I went through somebody's timeline recently, and it's no one that's in my close friend circle, but I'm just like, I'm scrolling down, and it's nothing but just pictures of them dressed up and posing. And I'm just like, and mind you, what they do as a career, they're so talented. They're so smart. Like, they are really, really smart and very, very talented. And I'm like, it does not come across. You would think they're just a model. I do not like model Instagram pages. I just find them to be very vapid and pointless, especially on people that are very intelligent and smart. And this is not just a gender thing. There's some guys I see do that. I'm just like, who the fuck wants to just scroll and see you? I guess there's people that do that. But then you get mad when people get in your DMs and treat you like the way that you promote yourself. Like, we're smart. Like, we know what this is giving, right? Like, is there no variety? So 9 times out of 10, y'all will get pictures of me with friends, with my man, having a good time, eating food. You're not going to get a bunch of photos on my timeline of just me, because who the fuck want to see that? I don't even want to fucking see that. Now, some of y'all might want to see that. I get it. I'm cute. Listen, I know I look good. But I just think it's just so vain. Just scroll down the timeline of somebody's page, and it's nothing but pictures of them. And mind you, some of these people got families, kids, relationships, and it's just like, who wants to just fucking see you? Even Beyonce sometimes do that, and I'm just like, girl. But she do get more intimate and candid in things, though. But I just feel like it's just so fucking vain. Like, give us some other things, right? So that's just my thing. But I am reminded that when I do pop out, that's why it feels funny. Y'all ate this picture up. I said, oh, y'all really was feeling the kid. Because I wasn't really talking about anything. Now, my caption was talking and promoting, my good friend Elijah's, restaurant, because I wanted to get the word out. But the way y'all ate with that photo of me drinking, listen, I said, I must look good. Y'all was really feeling it. Like, okay. Um, but yeah, thank you all. The compliments were there. People are saying I aged backwards. Okay. I'll take that. I used to not take that compliment because I was like, are y'all just being fat phobic? Is it because I lost weight that now you're giving me all these compliments and you're saying in so many ways you lost weight? But it's like, no, actually my skincare regimen is good because no shade. There's other folks out here that lost weight. I'm not judging, but they didn't age backwards. They actually kind of age a little forward, okay? Ozempic face might be a thing for some people, no shade. But I do got to give myself credit that I do keep myself up no matter what size I am. And I do take my skincare regimen seriously. And so I do appreciate the compliments on it because I have been sleeping more. This past year, I will say this year I've slept a lot. I sleep really well. And I've, of course, been having great sex. And I've been just drinking more water, resting, and just taking care of myself. I think all of those things combined, I keep telling y'all, and being real and being honest and speaking my truth more and more has been good. Because when you hold shit in, when you hold secrets, bad secrets, you don't feel like you can be yourself. That's stress, y'all. And you're carrying that into your body. The cortisol levels, your body's reacting to that stress and that trauma. And, it impacts your mood. And all of that shapes your inner and outer beauty. So I just hope that what I'm radiating and what you're seeing externally is a reflection of how I'm feeling internally. And it is. So if you're saying I'm glowing or I'm looking very happy or I'm looking more and more good, it's because I don't have as much stress. I really do feel I really do feel free. And I think the people around me, that also shapes me because I am somebody that cares a lot about my friends and care about what's going on in their lives. And so all of those things, everybody else around me is in a good place or feeling better or getting free in some way. And so I think that shapes everything. I think one big one, honestly, is my husband. Like, now that he is a full-fledged entrepreneur doing his thing and he's not working in City Hall dealing with those dealing with some folks that are there at City Hall, I think his excitement and his joy that he's had lately has also boosted my mood in ways. Like I've been in a good mood in general, but it's nothing like being around folks that are also feeling even more free and more exciting. I think my good Judy Dr. Parks, okay, she passed her exam. She's in a different spirit and she's feeling relieved. So that's even giving me a level of relief because I do care a lot about my friends and my family. Like my brother, of course, landing a job, moving into his first place. Now he's settled and he's doing his thing. That's making me feel good. So I think all of those things also shape that. So, yeah. Think about that. Environmental stresses, environmental stuff. All of those things play a role in your inner and outer beauty. And in just all of that, even the quality of your sleep, all of that plays a role. Because even if you're doing fabulous, that does keep you. Because let me just start there. Like, I am doing good. I'm doing great. But it also, on top of the overarching glow and excitement and feeling good, that shapes it as well. So it's a good time over here. So I want to talk about media appearances before I get into some other tea, because I do want to talk about something else. Well, before I get to that, Lip Brothers, we had a great dinner. The boys all got on a schedule. We all have been very productive. We all have been traveling, doing all kind of things. But we all got together and had a really great dinner at the Pyramid Club. That's our little secret little gym. That's a little spot. That's become our new spot. And we love the Pyramid Club because, one, I'm a member. But two, is because we really get to go, and we realize this. We all got to go and have dinner, and we got to be uncensored and be just really frank. And we wasn't really at a public space and place where somebody will stop us or one of us or something. And we all are getting stopped, baby. Okay. It's not just me, child. Okay. The group will know there's somebody else in our group that gets people coming over to him too. And they be talking his head off. Josh. But we all get like distracted. I think the Pyramid Club, at least for us, it's a space when we pick our dinners the way we do. It's a space for us to really get a section and really know that ain't anyone can just walk their ass up there. And most of the people that we do know and see, they got business to do. So they'll say hi or whatever. So I just really love that. That's why I'm a proud member, because it really does allow me to have the intimacy. Like I went to lunch a couple of weeks ago with my good Judy Sharon, and we had some good tea. Okay. We've had dinner there. I just think it's important to have intimate, personal lunches, meaningful dinners. And sometimes I feel like when I go to some of these restaurants in Philly, look, when we go out, sometimes you do want to go, you do want to be seen, but sometimes you just don't want to. You just want to have your one-on-ones. So my close friends, I let the Pyramid Club be that place where I have that dinner, have that moment. So we had a really great time. And they updated their menu for the new season. So it was some summer menu, but then they're transitioning into also transition from summer to fall mood. So there's some new menus on item, and it was really good. So media appearances, I was on Hung Up Podcast on my bestie Eric Cole. That episode should be dropping very soon. It is probably one of my more inspirational personal interviews I've done, because I don't really do that many interviews with everybody. And that's a rarity. I'm very selective about who I decide to do interviews with, because as we can see, there's power in who you share your space with. If it's not a gig, oftentimes I'm the one, in debate and whatever. And I talked about this last week's episode where I talked about being in dialogue versus discourse. Like normally I'm on discourse with like the Tommy Lawrence and the Pierce Morgans, but I'm very thoughtful like when I make a guest appearance on other people's shows. And so I was in dialogue with my good frat brother, Eric Cole. And it was a great conversation. And I was very comfortable and relaxed. And I was able to really just talk and unpack, And so it was a really good show. And so that should be coming out soon. And when it do, of course, you all know where to go and and I'll be promoting it. And it was also an opportunity to promote the Emerging Media Diversity Convention, which more details about that is coming soon. I mean, registration is open. You can all register and things. But I know a lot of you all been like, who's going to be on the panels? Who's going to be the moderators? Who's going to be this? Who's going to be that? Oh, baby. We have them confirmed. And I have a rollout. Okay. So let me roll out. Let me do a rollout. Like, I know sometimes I just dump everything on everybody. I'm enjoying the fact that this is an event that I'm the executive producer of. Like, this is my baby. I want to have fun with this. Like, this is something special, and it's special for Philly and special for all of us. And I just want to roll it out. Like, I really want to like have a fun. I see how other people do their conventions and conferences. I want to have the fun of like dropping the surprises and things. And to the dozens of you who have already RSVP'd, because you just was like, yo, I know Ernest is involved. I know that this is going to be lit. I don't even got to know who's going to be on it. As I know it's an EO production, I'm in. And you all are already buying tickets. Like, shout out to y'all. And let me say this. Shout out to you over 40-somethings. Because I am shook by the level of older people over 40 that dropped and spent $250 for these. I was trying to deter y'all. And mind you, let me shout out to my millennials and my under 40 folks that are definitely buying the tickets as well. But I'm surprised by the number of over 40 that has been buying tickets. Like, y'all dropping $250. And I think, I was trying to deter y'all. It's making me I can't do it now. I'm not that person. But it's making me be like, maybe I should turn that $250 to $300. Because y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all like, I don't care if it's $250 or $300. Y'all lucky the flyers and already put the prices on there. Because I was like, maybe I should up this a little bit to make this harder. But y'all will spend whatever because you just really believe in myself and to what I'm trying to do. But I feel like maybe next year we're going to have to raise these prices a little bit for you old heads. Okay, the Shannon Sharp tax is clearly not happening. And then before y'all start what you mean by Shannon Sharp tax, it is in reference to this man saying that I don't have to act my way, my age. I can act my wage. So I don't want y'all to pay y'all age. I want y'all to pay y'all wage. So that's why I made it that. But shout out to y'all buying these $250 tickets, and they are so worth it. Because the shade is that y'all still getting bang for y'all buck, because I've seen what y'all pay. The reason why they're $250 is because that's how much the registration for NABJ is for early registration for their conventions. And so I charge that exact price to be funny, but you're going to get more bang for your buck anyway. Because you're walking, and listen, y'all still get the breakfast, the lunch, the open bars and receptions, and I'm not even charging y'all for that. That's all inclusive. So enjoy. You're welcome. But shout out to y'all for that. But we promoted that with Eric Cole, and he promoted on his podcast, and we talked about that and everything. It was just a really intimate conversation. It was great. So before I get into hot topics, I want to talk about an event I went to recently on the same day I went to Best of Philly, and it was with State Representative Andre Carroll, which is my good friend, and of course my brother works for him, so my brother was working. I wanted to see him in action, but it was an event at Braid Mill in Germantown. And I had a little social experiment. That I did. And this is funny because it just shows you the power of narratives and media, because I wanted to see something and it actually worked. So I'm going to tell you something that you did not know happened at the event. And it's also the power of impact in media and just also love. So Andre Carroll had a fundraiser. To be very clear, I am a journalist, so I do not pay to go to political fundraisers. So Mr. Owens, myself, did not pay a ticket to go to this event. As a member of the press, I was allowed to go to the event. I did go. I talked to people. I was just going to educate myself or whatever, but I did not spend any money. Okay, so all you elected officials that saw the pictures of me and saw me there with Jordan Harris and Kendra Brooks and who else was up in there? Almond Brown and all that. Let me tell y'all right now, okay, before y'all start trying to get in my bag or even my husband's bag, because y'all messy. Because y'all will say, oh, I could go to see Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson's on man. He is, but we both have agreed as a couple that we will not be spending any money at fundraisers. Now, he didn't do it when he worked for the city because he worked, for, not former, but he formerly worked for Catherine Gilmore Richardson, the majority leader, right? Councilwoman at large. Because he worked for the city and he had that, he could not personally donate the campaign. And he didn't want to do that because, he worked for government and so whatnot. So that was always our perfect excuse. I'm a political reporter. He's in government. We don't donate to campaigns. We'll go to the events because we can go to that, but we cannot pay, right? So that's always been our standard. And it's still our standard because I know how some of y'all, I ain't gonna call on any names, okay? But some of you all saw that and it was like, oh, well, why you went to them? I'm going to be frank. I'm going to say this because my friend won't say it. Andre won't say it. But some of y'all, I don't like y'all like that. I just don't. I don't. And sometimes, unless there's some newsworthiness to it, I'm also not going to go. There was newsworthiness to this event because the Lieutenant Governor, Austin Davis, was there. And it also had a lot going on with SEPTA. SEPTA, Harrisburg, state, a lot of dignified state rep. And I'm going to throw some shade on y'all again. Some of you all had these parties and there's no substance. Like, you don't have any special guests like that. Y'all don't have the lieutenant governor coming. Y'all don't have some of these big people, appropriation. Y'all don't have some big people coming. So that's also the reason why it's of no interest to me. Now, even as a journalist, y'all would tell me, can I come or whatever? And I'm like, but what's the tea? Is there anything newsworthy? And some of you all, I just don't like you all. I just don't personally. It's like, I don't really care. And unless I really have to go, I won't go. Not gonna hold you. I won't. And if you don't invite me, I'm not gonna just pull up either. Because that's not how I roll either. Invite a bitch. Invite a bad bitch. Invite me. Like, and maybe allow me to reject. Just say it. You know what I'm saying? I just say it. Because y'all was like, oh, you went to Anthony Hardy Williams? Yeah, I did. I did go. I did go to that birthday party. I sure did. One, because everybody was going to be there because it's Anthony Hardy Williams and it was great to get some good information and it was good. But also, I wasn't paying either. Some of you all want to shake my pockets down. Do you think, listen, clearly I have money. That's not a question. That's not even a discussion. But I can't give to political campaigns. And you're not going to try to trap me with my husband either. Nice try. We don't do that. We don't. Okay? Just saying. But yeah, I think somebody might say, well, have you ever given to a political campaign? Maybe Obama in 2012. I don't think I gave to Kamala. Did I? I mean, maybe indirectly. Did I buy some merch for her? I don't think I did. Because I was covering Kamala and no, I don't think I ever did even donate to the Harris campaign. Hillary, did I do Hillary? I don't think I did either for Hillary because I was covering that. I think there was something she had. Now, my husband did work on her campaign, and so there was all that. But no, I don't think I ever bought anything. Like I'm very big on that. I think the only campaign I ever donated to or actively did was Obama in 2012. But I wasn't a political journalist then. But yeah, I don't think anybody, like I mayor races, absolutely not. Anybody locally, no. Nationally, I even avoid national races because I just know how it is, So yeah, you'll never get my information. Now, Mr. Johnson might have done it a couple of times maybe throughout the years, but as my profile has gotten bigger, we just don't. So we don't. But I do go to some people's stuff because I do, I will show up for some people if they have newsworthy. But I say all this to say, it was at Braid Mill, which is a co-working space in Germantown. It was a big deal for Andre Carroll because this is his first Philadelphia fundraiser as elected official. And to have Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis there is a pretty big damn deal. You're going to ask the question about why I don't have a photo with him. and why you didn't see any photos with him. And I was very mindful about sharing this because I wanted to, one, I know the power of my work as a journalist. And if I would have been on location in the midst of saying that, I think that there would have been all kind of fear-mongering narratives. And I just was like, no, I don't have to be the one to break this news of what happened or what went down because, one, I'm mindful. Two, I'm there in a different capacity. And three, I know the power of my words. And so I said to myself, I am going to see how this play out if I don't say anything, just to see if other political reporters and journalists would do it. And they didn't. And so now you're going to hear this for the first time, unless you are already in political circles, so you might have known what happened. But I want to also state the record and state the facts because some people have already said some things, but they didn't actually have all the facts correct. So I'm going to tell you all what happened. And if you notice carefully, I was there. I was in the room. I was present. And most people listening did not even know this information. And I want you to be very clear. I'm going to say some other things too, to just put some disclaimers, because I have a lot of respect for Andre Carroll, of course. But I even showed you what type of politician he is, because I'm going to tell you also why I find him commendable. And I'm going to tell you why everybody involved. So Jordan Harris was there, state representative, appropriation chair, all that. Big leader, big whip. Isaiah Thomas was there, the majority whip. I said Kendra Brooks is there, minority leader. Almond Brown was there, state representative. There was other dignitaries, other people there. My good friend Chris was there. And I actually got a joke for Chris, because I'm going to tell Chris something, because he's going to catch some shade. But I'm going to tell him something messy before I get to hot topics. But I want to tell this story first. But there was a lot of great people that was there. Lots of folks was in that room. It was a nice packed room. Lots of people. And I shared some video and y'all saw some people. It was a lot of people there. This was a big damn deal. I mean, this was a fundraiser. This was a big deal. A lot of people were there. It was some who's in that room. Past, present, electeds, politicos. A lot of folks was there. So let me tell you what happened. So Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis comes with, I call it Secret Service, but he comes with a lot of serious security and things, because he is like the governor. Governor comes with his people, all that stuff. So, security personnel, cars, all that. He comes, right? He got to have a separate entrance. There's got to be a monitoring of who's going to be in the room. It's like all of that stuff to protect this lieutenant governor, of course, because look what happened to Shapiro's house. I mean, they're not playing with security with these people. So I came early. The event was starting at 6. I got there around 5:45, 5:30, because I wanted to be there early, because the governor was going to come. Lieutenant governor was going to come, speak, and out the door at 6:30. That was the plan. So I said, let me be early. Like, let me not be on no CPT. Let me come early, because I got to, make sure I can't be a diva. And this was the same night as Best of Philly. Okay, so this was on a Wednesday. So the plan is that I was going to go for the first hour of this event and then head to Best of Philly. That didn't happen. So I get there early. I'm there. I'm mixing and mingling. I see my good friend Chris, whatever. There was an entrance that we couldn't come through, but on the side entrance, there was the front entrance, the main entrance where you had to go. So when I came in and my Uber pulled me up, I knew the lieutenant governor was there, because I saw the cars outside. They had their own little section. There was another entrance that he got to go through. But they let everybody else go on the other end of Braid Mill, which is the main entrance of Braid Mill, for those who know. So when I'm coming in or whatever, on my end, coming in, I hear gunshots. The gunshots are on the other end where the lieutenant governor entrance is at. Now, I don't really listen to gunfire, so I did not think they were gunshots at first. I thought maybe it was firecrackers. I don't know. This was a day when it was like a lot of rain, a lot of storm, so I didn't assume that or anything. But while I'm there at around the time, I don't see Andre. I see other people there was a reception going on, so there's food. So everybody's in the reception just eating and networking. So I'm like, okay, 6 o'clock has passed, 6:15 has passed. It keeps passing. I'm like, yo, where's the lieutenant governor? I know he's there. What's going on? We don't know. Everything is handled chill. No one inside the Braid Mill is knowing anything. But people are starting to enter around 6:20 something, and they're saying there's a lot of cops outside. People are saying there's a lot of traffic to get in, and they have to go the opposite way. I'm like, oh my goodness, what the fuck happened? I'm thinking to myself, maybe, finally get in touch. Andre, I see Andre. Andre's like, the lieutenant governor was here, but they had to put him in a secure place. There was a shooting that took place outside of Braid Mill. A man shot at another man 7 times. It was not a murder. It was not a homicide. No one died. But there was a shooting outside Braid Mill. And it was a shooting like right on the side of where Austin Davis at. His people saw the shooting. The shooter got apprehended in law enforcement. But because of that situation, the lieutenant governor couldn't even come inside. They took him in a car in a separate location, a secluded location, and he had to do his remarks via Zoom. I was devastated for Andre. I was like, damn. Okay, because could you imagine you're having your big fundraiser, you're having it in your city, you're having it in Germantown. You're not like some of these people that throw their events at the fancy clubs downtown and fancy restaurants. You want to bring the lieutenant governor in your backwoods. You want to bring him and he was very intentional, right? You want to have it in a space like Braid Mill. You want to have it in a community space. You want to have it in your backyard. You want to have it with your people. You know, you're this young black man in your 30s. You got another young black man in his 30s. Like, this is a special collab. We haven't seen a collaboration like this before, like not at this level, right? Like, when have you seen a young black man, elected official, bring a lieutenant governor? Like, I can't envision something like this in Philly. Like, this was a big damn deal. And that's why I went. And you can imagine that in your neck of the woods, in your district, the gun violence situation is so ridiculous that they can't even, like, even in the storm and the rain, folks can't even get their shit together. And so it was just like, I felt for him. And he kept his composure. He kept his cool. I mean, he was very frustrated about it. It was very just an unfortunate situation. You know, the show went on. Austin, goes, I don't know if he did in his car, he went somewhere else, but he does speak and give his remarks. And, he looks a little shaken, but he gives the remarks. The fundraiser goes on. Everybody's good. Everybody's safe. And it's all good. Now, there were some folks, okay, that I guess don't know what type of person I am still in 2025, but just thought that I was going to blow this up and do a break-in and show my ass on social media and just cut up or whatever. There's some people who just still don't know me. But y'all know me. And y'all know what kind of person I am and what kind of friend, what kind of person I am. I was never going to try to draw that type of dark cloud of media attention on somebody's event like that, especially somebody where I know how the narrative would have been and how it just would have just the way that would have went. And so I made a point to say, I don't want to create panic. No one got hurt. No one there. It was not a safety risk for anybody involved. The event did not get canceled, not anything like that. I said, look, shit happens. If it does get out, or if it does become a big thing, then it is. But I am not going to be the one that's going to sound the alarm in that type of way and fearmonger. I just was not going to do that. And it just did not warrant that. Like, I was not afraid of my safety. No one was involved. My brother was okay. Everybody involved was okay. So I did not think it was necessary to just make that like what it was going to be. From what I have heard is that the lieutenant governor will come back to Germantown. He will engage community. This is an opportunity. This is a learning opportunity for everybody involved to understand these issues that we hear about, that's getting talked about, that this shit is real. Okay? And it was something that I think the lieutenant governor, it definitely something that he will never forget. None of us will, that this stuff is really happening, even amidst everything else that's happening. So that was very, that was an important moment there. But shout out to Andre Carroll, right? That state representative, because one thing about him is that some elected officials, and I ain't gonna name any names, but they would have definitely blew that up, wanted to have a press conference the next day, wanted to do a woe is I and do a whole little pity party and make that about that and wine and whatever. He didn't do that. Because some people are intentional. Some people don't want to be a victim. Some people don't want people, they don't want that attention. And so talk about character across the board. While people are trying to question my character as a person, while people want to question some people's elected officials, how they handle it, in this situation, I didn't want that kind of attention, and neither did he. And neither did any of the other elected officials and people that was in that room, because everybody understood, like, let's not panic. Let's not create whatever. Germantown is a safe community. Shit does happen, right? Shit happens everywhere. And let's do that, right? Because some people would have made a big old dramatic thing. If the lieutenant governor can't be here, then I can't be here. I need to leave. But we were fine. And the event went on without a hitch. But how that was done just continues to reinvigorate my belief that there are still some good politicians and elected officials in this world. Some, not all. Austin Davis, a good one. Because even Austin, right, could have just been like, I'm so shaken up. I can't do this, man. Not today. I just got to go. He didn't even kill the event. He still gave words and spoke and did his thing. And I think in so many ways, it was just a great depiction of, profiles in courage, profiles in humility, like everybody involved. Not just me, but everybody involved. And so if you did not know about it, that was for a good reason. But it also shows you the power of influence in politics, that we all can keep some secrets and not make some stuff blow up either, right? Because you notice that, like, it wasn't on the internet, right? It wasn't on Twitter. Because sometimes people can realize they're not bigger than the program. Some people can actually get information, do what's right, and do a good thing, and use a thing called discernment. I'm just saying, okay? Everybody in that situation. So, if you see, the state representative, Carol, don't do the whole, are you okay? Oh, how could I? Don't do that. But if anything, say thank you. And if you live in Germantown, tell that state representative over there, thank you for not, vilifying and exploiting our city, because our district, our area, because a lot of times elected officials will exploit their neighborhoods for clout. For the folks that live in Germantown, you have a state representative that is not trying to be a poverty pimp and pimp y'all out and exploit y'all, and he wants to get things done. Now, don't think that he is not working, from what I hear from close sources, that he's not working to get things done to make Germantown even more safe than what it already is, to make it safer, right? To make sure that rec centers and things are not. Don't think he's not doing that. But there's a way to do that without exploitation, without pimping out your neighborhoods. And so I just think that was very commendable. And I think everybody involved, that was just something to me where I'm only sharing this because now I want to show what came from it, right? That this became a negative that turned into a positive, but also something that just is real. And yeah, I think about, like, wow, like we were all there. And that situation could have been handled, it could have just been crazy. Nobody got killed. Somebody clearly got shot at, but it just was handled, right? Law enforcement came out. I think 6 News did talk about it, but I think because the lieutenant governor and because them did not, censor themselves, everybody left. I don't even think 6 ABC News knew that this was outside of a political fundraiser, whatever. So all of that, but that also tells you that these reporters don't be on their job. So, just saying. Sean Walsh and all, no shade to them, no shade. Maybe he was on vacation, I don't know. But just saying, people, So I just wanted to put that out there and just say that, kudos to them. So I think it's time for hot topics. So, Trump, this president, he has done a major city takeover of DC. It's foolish. It's pointless. There's no real rhyme or rhetoric to it. I think, once again, this is mass distraction. This is deflection. And I think so many people need to, relook at it. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, because this is a big deal. A big deal. Because a lot of people are just talking about DC and everything that's happening over there. Some people are panicking. Some people are thoughts. And I think there's a lot of real legitimate concerns and issues that has happened. So I'm not dismissing that. Um, but I do think one of the things that I want to do is I want to state facts because I don't want people to panic. Um, I want people to know what their rights are. Let me just say for the record, the president is wrong. DC is not in a place of need in this type of crisis. It's just not. That's just not it. A lot of you all get caught up in this. But see, this is what some of you all get when you all see some gun violence stuff in the past and say, bring the SWAT team here, bring the this here. And that'd be annoying. That annoys me a lot because I'm just like, you don't even have to do all of that. Now they're being sued by the mayor and folks because of just what's going on there. Because there's a lot, again, misinformation about, well, they're suing because now he's overreaching, right? So let me just hit y'all with the facts and get y'all some context here, right? So he declared a crime emergency in DC. He invoked Section 740 of the DC Home Rule Act, which allows him to take control of the city's police force. Now, he only gets to do this for like 30 days, and he has to ask for an extension beyond that. But, he doesn't have to do it without congressional approval. But he has suggested that he might seek it. But he can only do this DC police control for like 30 days without congressional approval. Okay? Because let's be clear about that. The FBI, Border Control, ICE, the Metropolitan Police Department, they're terrorizing DC residents. I know folks that live in DC, they've been sharing on social media their experiences. The kids don't feel safe. They're antagonizing people, okay? And these are some of the big lies he's been saying. Like DC has one of the highest robbery and murder rates nationwide. That is not true. He says the city has the nation's highest vehicle theft rate. That is not true. He describes a situation of lawlessness and says that it threatens federal functions. Not true. And here's the facts that do matter, right? The crime data shows that DC is much safer than it used to be for a while, okay? Okay, this was DC snipers, that shit is old, right? Violent crime reached a historic 30-year lows last year and is down another 26% this year. And polls have showed, okay, before Trump was elected, that many residents describe as themselves as feeling safe in the city. So there is no crisis here. None. But the reason why he's doing this is because he wants us to not talk about Epstein. He does not want us to talk about the jobs, okay, that he did not deliver, all right? Because we're going to talk about jobs too. He does not want to own any of that shit. So what does he do? He creates a crisis that does not exist, manufactured, fake news, and that's what he wants to do. And I think, this is cap. This is cap. This is bullshit. And it's a problem. It's a problem beyond problem. So, yeah. Not feeling it. Not feeling it whatsoever. Because we don't need this. We don't need this at all. We don't need this work. We don't need this energy. So yeah, I'm not really feeling him. I'm not feeling this. It's pissing me off. Just keep it 100. So some other important information that I want to provide is that DC is fighting back. The mayor, he is now trying to take over other aspects of the policing in a way that she's not agreed to. A lot of people saw how she was at Martha's Vineyard. I love how Martha's Vineyard is like the conversations, with him. We just, they said she was on vacation, but she was actually trying to get her child. They filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration, basically over the federal takeover of the Metropolitan Police Department. That lawsuit was filed actually not too long ago, on August 15th. So that was on Friday. And this lawsuit is DC. So it's not the mayor exactly. It's the District of Columbia. So it's DC under her leadership, because I want to make sure I say this correctly. But basically the DC is suing. The city is suing. The District of Columbia is suing. And this is being filed by the DC attorney, Brian Schwab, who is filing this lawsuit against the Trump administration. Because the fact that Takeover the Metropolitan Police Department is the overreach, right? It's one thing to have your people there, right? And she's just letting them do what they do. She's not fighting back, because at this point, I mean, what can she really do, right? So there's a lot happening here. It's a lot. And yeah, they're taking it to court. And so, again, another distraction from this president. And there's a lot of reasons for that, right? Because outside of that, he's on image control. There's also the whole stuff with the Kennedy Center honors, like these honorees that Trump has announced. I ain't gonna hold you; they're trash. They're not. I mean, well, let me just say that they're not exciting. He wants to host this big thing. Sylvester Stallone is being one of the honorees. Kiss is being honored. They're dropping the family off of the medallion. So the Kennedy, the center art, the art center, contacted Tiffany and Company, who makes the design and award, for the first time for the last 47 years. Okay, this is being reported. For more than 47 years, there's been a DC area family that has made the medals for the Kennedy Center honors, right? This time they're killing them. They're taking them off. So they're doing a redesign of the award. Tiffany Company is a jeweler, but yeah, they're changing it now. They used to be the manufacturer for 47 years, and now they're not doing it. They're now getting Tiffany to do it. They're going to change the look of the awards. It's just a mess. And even these honorees are a mess, which is a mess too. Like Trump is even saying that he might actually host it. And it's going to be on December 7th, 2025. So I got to find something on my calendar to do. I'm going to find something very soon, because I don't want to go to that. I'm not going to go, but I'm going to watch it. But the honorees are Sylvester Stallone, George Strait, Michael Crawford, Gloria Gaynor, and Kiss. Now, Gloria Gaynor, real nice try. That's his diversity, because everybody else are men. And there's only one woman and only one black person and one person of color. And that's Gloria Gaynor, who does I Will Survive. People are trying to ask her to not accept the honor. There's been a lot of controversy since the board resignations. They want her not to do it. Now, listen, Gloria Gaynor, you will survive if you do not accept this award. No pun intended. But I want to remind you that somebody who y'all be giving a hard time to, but I like him. He's one of my problematic faves. We all got some problematic faves. But let me be clear, to qualify as a problematic fave, you cannot be convicted or arrested of abusing or hurting someone. You might have an opinion that might have been a little problematic, and maybe you may have adjusted to it. But to be a problematic fave, you cannot actually be somebody who have been convicted or indicted or arrested for these crimes that are involving sexual abuse or torture or anything like that. And you cannot be in that type of way. Now, my problematic fave, one of my problematic faves, and listen, I wrote the book, The Case for Council Culture, okay? I give people the grace. Now, some of y'all problematic faves, R. Kelly, absolutely the fuck not. Chris Brown, absolutely the fuck not. Okay, these are people that just know, right? Who else? That y'all be like, and Dave Chappelle. I don't like him, but I whatever. I guess that can qualify for a problematic faith for some of y'all. But let me just tell you, as a gay person, I'm side-eyeing y'all. I really am. But acceptable problematic faves, acceptable ones, I mean, it's a little tough. What are some acceptable problematic faves? Oh gosh. Oh goodness. Um mm. Jussie Smollett, I'll let y'all have him. I don't fuck with him. I don't care much for him personally. But I'll let y'all have Jussie Smollett. That could be one of y'all problematic faves that y'all can, y'all could just, he's clearly a liar. But you know what? Okay. Another one. I used to say Tiger Woods, but after the Trump shit with Meg and all that, I don't know about him. Nah, I don't know about him. Other problematic phase I'm thinking about that again, I don't like him. I don't like him. But I'll let y'all have it. Snoop Dogg. Again, not my cup of tea. I even say Nelly. But then y'all would say, well, what about Tiger Woods? Well, see, he over there sleeping with the Trumps and like he's dating someone he's too embedded. But Snoop Dogg, Nelly, not for me. But you know what? Sure. So, problematic faiths. Another one that I don't like, but okay. Drake, fine. I don't like him, but fine. So the person I'm talking about, before I digress and go down a rabbit hole, like Tabitha Brown, that could be y'all problematic fave. Y'all could like y'all some Tabitha Brown. Not for me, but that's y'all little problematic fave, okay? Tom Cruise. That is on my problem. I'm not going to tell y'all all my problematic faves. I'm not going to do that. We're not doing that today. I will not tell y'all all my problematic faves. That's just not it. But also, let me be very clear. None of them have raped anybody. None of them have, did any other shit. Okay? So let me just be very clear on that. Okay? But Tom Cruise is a problematic fave. Tom Cruise is problematic. However, it's Tom Cruise. It's Tom Cruise. I like Tom. Just, I'm sorry. Like, I watched Top Gun Maverick. I liked it. I like Mission Impossible. I can't help it. And look, I know Scientology got its problems. I know it do. And some of y'all will say Will Smith is a problem. I don't think he is. I don't give a fuck. But I like Will Smith, okay? I'm going to always love me some Will Smith. Will Smith is also a problematic thing. Okay, I don't condone violence. Who gives a fuck? But Chris Rock, you had it coming, motherfucker. That is another one. Leave Will Smith alone, okay? I don't care. That is my problematic fave. Okay? I like him. That new album was corny, but I just like Will Smith. I just love him. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care that I don't care. I don't fucking care. I don't. Sometimes you just have to say that. Now, with Tom Cruise, a little bit more problematic. There are some issues there, but like, guys, there's worse things that happen. And this is why he's my problematic fave and why he's the fave, because he turned down a Kennedy Center honor. Now, that's a white man. He said he denied it due to scheduling conflicts. But let's be clear, that man don't want that fucking award. He don't want that award, child. He don't want that fucking award. Tom Cruise, listen, at the end of the day, scheduling conflicts, our other fave, Jalen Hurts, said the same thing. Let me tell you something. When the President of the United States invites you to get one of the highest honors that a civilian can fucking get, there is nothing that busy for you to be able not to show the fuck up, okay? When Jalen Hurts showed the fuck up, did not show the fuck up. You won the Super Bowl. Everybody knows that when you win the Super Bowl, you go to the Rose Garden for the president, regardless of what president. You never tell the president you can't fucking go. Are you crazy? If Oprah Winfrey did not listen, scheduling conflicts means that means in a very classy, non-political way, I'm not the fuck going. Gloria Gaynor, get a fucking scheduling conflict and not fucking go. Okay? Let's find one, sis. But nah, my problematic fave, that's why he the fave of problematic, because see, y'all would have thought he would have did it, because y'all know the whole Top Crew Maverick, the whole thing about recruiting people. Listen, all that said, it is what, listen, okay? Leave him alone. Leave him alone, right? Listen, I know he got some issues, but see, we look, everybody got issues. Shit, I'm somebody's problematic fave. I know I'm some progressive. I know I'm some Republicans problematic faith. I know I'm some white moderates problematic phase. I know I'm some progressives problematic phase. I know there's some progressives, some black progressives. They love me, okay? And the white progressives hate my ass. Some of them, I'm their problematic phase too. To them, right? What's problematic to some may be problematic to all, right? I get it. So I know I might be somebody's problematic fave out there. So I just, yeah. So yes, the president is trying everything in his power to deflect. But let's talk about another issue that also has the girls in the bag. And it's so funny because I was just talking about gay marriage. Y'all, it's here. The Supreme Court might have to be asked for the first time in 10 years, might be asked about what to do when it comes to gay marriage. There is a situation that is causing some concerns. That damn, oh my God, that hater. Okay, that hater, and I have to say hater because she is a hater. The news is out that Kim Davis, a former Kentucky county clerk and religious extremist, right? This is the one who refused to certify same-sex marriages in the wake of the Obergefell ruling and was jailed for 6 days back in 2015. She's a whole problem. There is a possibility, this was announced last week, that the Supreme Court may take up a challenge to Obergefell versus Hodges. This is the Supreme Court ruling that legalized same-sex marriage 10 years ago, okay? Now, here's what happened. She eventually was ordered by a jury to pay $100,000 in emotional damages, and a $260,000 to a same-sex couple who sued her over being denied a marriage license. Oh, yes. Baby, they got her in trouble when she did that back in 2015 because she was a mess. Now, there's a lot of concerns about gut feelings about will Obergefell be in trouble, right? Extremist conservatives, the Supreme Court has been talking that shit, right? There is something to be concerned about. But I want to tell you this because I am optimistic and I want to give y'all some hope, and I want to break this down and give y'all some context though. That if Obergefell is overturned, right, we do have a safety net that happened in 2022, thanks to President Biden, for those who act like Biden didn't do something, and Senator Tammy Baldwin, that is the Democrat from Wisconsin. This is when the Respect for Marriage Act, when that was passed and signed into law, many people looked at that. We thought it was a sign that there was some safety nets being prepped in case the ship went down. Okay, now this is not a codify, like the way that we talk about abortion. People used to talk about codifying something. Like, it did not codify same-sex marriages and interracial marriages, because this Respect for Marriage Act that happened in 2022, it is basically a safety net for same-sex marriage and interracial marriage, because there was a possibility that Loving versus, Loving versus whatever, Virginia, that we could have lost. Interesting enough, Clarence Thomas is in an interracial marriage, but anywho, that these things could be repealed, right? But let's be clear about what the law does and how it works. In the event, okay, this is in the event that same-sex marriages, like license, get done. So let's say Obergefell happens. We do have, okay, the Respect for Marriage Act that is already in law. So here's some good news, or some promising news. This law, it requires the federal government to recognize same-sex marriage licenses. If Obergefell was to fall, right? If it didn't work out, the federal government would still be able to protect those marriages in every aspect under the purview. I mean, this is everything from Social Security benefits to military families. All of that will still be done. Also, it requires states refusing to issue same-sex licenses to still recognize those licenses issued in states where they're legal. So even if other states refuse to issue the same-sex marriage licenses, they have to still recognize it by those recognized licenses that have already been issued in states where they're legal. So in other words, a same-sex marriage license that was issued in California would still have to be honored in Texas, even if Obergefell is overturned, and Texas bans same-sex marriage license from being issued within its jurisdiction. Okay? Now, the baseline of reciprocity is a good thing because it will help safeguard and protect many families already married. So I got married, right? Mr. Johnson and I got married, all right, in 2021, okay, before this actually happened, we got married, of course, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which, right now is good. However, it's also problematic for a few reasons. One of the more obvious ones is that not every family lives in an anti-LGBTQ state and can afford to travel to a pro-LGBTQ state to procure a marriage license. So there will be barriers if this do happen. There also, it's the same thing. People might say that, right? Um, people can't afford this nonsense, the relocations, all that kind of stuff. Also, the constitutions of 26 states have bans on same-sex marriage and any other types of same-sex unions, and 30 states have statutes with the same effect. Now, these are all non-enforceable because Old Gruber-Fell is currently the law of the land. So right now, I want to be clear because people be acting like we got all our rights as, gay people. But right now, there are 26 states that have constitutions that actually have bans on same-sex marriage right now. Right now, they do. And other types of same-sex unions. So that could be anything from civil unions and all that kind of stuff, right? And also 30 total states have statutes with the same effect, right? 30 in total. Now, the reason why their constitutions got a big fuck you is because Oger-Bethel is currently the law of the land because of the Supreme Court. They didn't change their constitutions the moment the Supreme Court did. Did y'all know that? You probably didn't. That's why this podcast matters. Now, here's the thing. If Oger-Bethel is overturned, all of those states' bans will be enforceable. This is why the Respect to Marriage Act in 2022 was important. That is why we got to give all the love to Tammy Baldwin, because she's a legislative genius. She's important for this because she put this together in a bipartisan majority with Biden giving that support back in 2022. And let me tell you why she did it, because it did not just include gay marriage. It included interracial marriage. So that's important, y'all, because for all the interracial Trump supporters, y'all know that protects y'all marriage just in case they want to flip on y'all asses. And you log cabin Republicans, right? You gay Republicans who have gay marriage and y'all are mega supporters, those lesbian couples. Remember them white lesbian couples that told me they supported Trump and all this shit? All of y'all who thought he was going to protect y'all, this Supreme Court, thank Biden for the Respect for Marriage Act. Thank Tammy Baldwin, Senator Tammy Baldwin, for that. So let me just say, because I want to be clear on this. I can't tell people how to live their lives. But I'm going to say this right here. To all of you gay couples, and y'all know who y'all are, that's been together for 20 years, been shacking, been trying to be non-committal. Here's an Ernest pro tip. If you love that person, you will do anything without them, just go ahead and get married. Get married in your red state. Get married in Alabama. Get married right now. Get married in Texas. Get married. Y'all just get married right now if you can. Because if this gets overturned, you don't want to have to relocate somewhere else to get the marriage license there so that you can fly your ass back to your red state and have to go through that shit and deal with paperwork and deal with that. Because here's the thing, once you have the marriage, it gets honored, right? But do you want to go through the inconvenience? Go in your red state, you can get a marriage license right now. Get it right now. Because if this gets overturned, I know what y'all gonna do. Y'all gonna then want to go move and relocate your lives, or you're gonna have to travel somewhere. Why do all that shit? Do it now. Okay? There's a reason why after Trump was done, that Mr. Johnson and I, after we went through the Trump era, was like, Biden's in office? Yeah, let's get married because we might as well. And we were ready. We've been together because you don't know. You don't know. That was scary. That was scary. When Trump got elected right after that, I didn't know what was going to happen with marriage equality. At that point, we weren't ready. I think Trump got elected in 2016. We had been together for 2 years. So we weren't ready for marriage exactly at that point. But in my mind, I thought that maybe gay marriage was not even going to happen in that first interim. When it was still there, from the first Trump administration, because the Supreme Court was still in lockstep and key. He hadn't ruined it yet. When Biden got elected, it was no question. And we got married in 2021. So the Respect to Marriage Act in 2022, I knew about that. And again, we didn't think that we would be back to where we are now. But the beautiful thing was, we was just like, okay, we're good regardless. So do that, y'all. Do that. I don't, interracial couples, whatever y'all got to do. Whatever y'all do. That's for the straights. But for all of my queer couples, do that now. Because you don't want to deal with it. I mean, if you can afford to, fine, be in your situationship. I'm not judging you. But if you're on the fence, you didn't know, do it. And do it for the sake of getting on benefits. Y'all, like, you never know. Like, one thing I love about my marriage, in addition to the love, of course, and all that good stuff, but when Mr. Johnson decided to switch out and be a full-time entrepreneur, I have benefits through CCP as a professor that allowed him to do that without having any other hiccups. When I decided to be an entrepreneur, and I've always been anyway, being able to be married to somebody that worked in the ecosystem where they got full benefits, and we got married, I was able to get on him because he at that time worked for CCP when he did, and then of course worked for the city. I was able to get on his benefits as a married couple. So, there's other benefits to the benefits, no pun intended, but like it is. And so just, this is a time not to play. And I have been noticing a lot of people getting these courthouse marriages. A lot of gay couples I know in my own circle that when they heard this shit, they literally got married. Somebody I know recently had a situation like that, got married. And I don't know if that was, and actually Chris officiated that wedding. Now that they probably have been planning to do it, but like how timely for that to happen. So, I saw that on social. So, just, it's important. It's just important. It's just important to show up in that way. So, yeah, it's a lot going on here. But we got to make sure it works. Now, with Democrats, let me just say that in a world with Pete Buttigieg, I would like to see people be Gavin Newsoms. And I know I go back and forth with Gavin Newsom. I do go back and forth with Gavin Newsom because he do piss me off with some of his shit he was doing. But he is actually doing the opposite of what Pete Buttigieg is doing. Pete Buttigieg is cozying up, okay, to a lot of these, like, Republicans and these Trump folks, and he's saying some stupid shit. And it's just like on so many fronts, I don't know where to start with it. The trans issues, the issues going on with Israel, talking about this two-state solution stuff he said in a recent podcast. I just need him to get off these podcasts. He's annoying. And he's also just, like, dude, the game then changed. The game is changing. The more that Trump ups his ante, the less appealing some of you Democrats are on trying to appeal. You can't reason with crazy. Okay, you just can't. I know that might be politically incorrect to say it that way, but fuck it. You just can't reason with crazy. So you all are trying to have these cute little cutesy talks and these little breakdowns, these understandings. Like, nobody want to hear that shit right now. Nobody wants to hear that. Like, nobody wants to hear you all, placating and catapulting to these people. Like, just stop. Like, it's just not good. It's just not good business. It's not strategic. It's not smart. And I think we're just all getting a little tired of that kind of rhetoric. So I've been seeing people just consistently, do it. So I mean, Gavin has been trolling Trump. White man, like I always say, let them white men fight. He is trolling him. He is dragging him. He's meeting them where they're at. He's matching that energy. And I can admire that. I can admire somebody that's going to match that energy. And he's matching that energy. He's standing on business. And I appreciate that because, it can't always just be Jasmine Crockett. You know what I mean? It just can't just be Jasmine Crockett. It just can't be black folks. White folks that say they mad. How mad are you? How mad are you? How mad are you? Because the way that Pete Buttigieg is talking, that don't sound like somebody that's mad. That don't sound like a man that's mad. That sounds like a man that is consistently placating to certain types of interests. And so you know, yeah, I'm not a fan of that. So, um, mm, 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 mm. But anywho, there's been talk about Stephen A. Smith flirting with a presidential run. Don't. And I don't want to hear no more. I even heard some talk about Jon Stewart could run for president. Can y'all stop? Celebrities are not the answer, and I'm sick of that. And we're gonna talk more about that later on the show. But I'm just tired of y'all placing so much weight on celebrities. Why do y'all keep trying to make celebrities fetch? Why do y'all keep trying to make celebrities the answer to all of our problems? I just no, no, no. That's the problem. If you learn anything from Trump, Trump is a problem because he doesn't know anything about policy. That's the problem. That's the problem. Like, y'all got too many legislators out here. Like, these are not people that should be in positions like this. Like, we don't want no more celebrities. I don't want any more crash course collisions on what we should do and how we should, like, can we just relax on politicians having decisions and things? Like, can we just stop? Right? Because even with the stuff that y'all are promoting, right? Let's talk about these polls. Let's talk about the Pew Research Center about Trump's approval rating because his coalition is colliding, and that means that there is room for actual smart elected officials to run, right? So let me talk about this, right? Among Hispanics, Trump's approval rating is now 27%, and his disapproval is 70%, with 51% strongly disapproving, right? He won 48% of the Hispanic vote in 2024. That was up from 36% in 2020. Okay? Among Asian Americans, his approval is 31%. His disapproval is 66%. I see y'all. With 49% very strongly approving. He won 40% of Asian Americans in 2024, up 30% from 30% in 2020. Among voters under 30, his approval is 33%. Okay? Now, Pew found he won 39% of this group in 2024. We still got some more work to do, you voters under 30. That ain't me. The Trump coalition appears to be melting back toward the hardcore GOP base of grumpy old white folks. That's where it's going back to. Okay? So people that thought that he was gaining, he's actually losing ground, actually. But a lot of people won't acknowledge that, a lot of people won't recognize that. And there's a lot of stuff going on with just men in general. We don't talk enough about it, but men are struggling right now. Men going to school. It's not a good time for men, apparently, in education. Especially for those in the tech world. It's just it's not landing. They're struggling to find jobs, especially men. The job growth thing is not happening. A lot of people are having some frustrations with that. The job growth is not showing out for them in the numbers. For computer science people, the tech stuff is not working out for specifically men, especially men are in crisis. Young men in college. Now, a reason why they argue is that some of the type of skills they get, and I know Dr. Parks is going to eat this up because we used to talk about this all the time, about the hard skills, soft skills shit. Well, apparently a lot of computer science people, jobs for undergrads are struggling because of AI, right? And so a lot of these computer tech jobs, the market is not giving them jobs. They can't get jobs and they're struggling right now. They wish they would have been in humanities. Women in college right now are seeing an upswing in their ability to get jobs because of the types of majors they're getting in humanities, liberal arts, and other things. They're actually having an easier time in the job market than actual men who took on the mantle of, we need to get jobs that get money. But the problem with that logic, and I always told people this, is that you get yourself invested in careers that don't have skills that are communicable. I used to remember that people used to always laugh when I told them I was a comms major. They're not laughing now. I've never been without a job since I graduated from college. I've never struggled with getting a job, actually. Neither has my husband. Okay? If you have someone who is struggling to find what career they should get in college, tell them to go the communications route. Okay? Because listen, it's a very universal major that requires strategy, logistics, good writing and communicating vocal skills. It teaches you how to speak well, read well, think well, analyze well, it's a very great major. And I don't know why people don't talk about communications enough. Now, I get a journalism major, and that's why I never got a journalism major. And I do love journalism. Clearly, I'm a journalist. But I remember being told very early in my career from a lot of journalists that they wish that they had a communications major because when they tried to make the crossover to other fields, like, here's the thing. With a comms major, you can be good in journalism, you know? But with a journalism major, the skills in a journalism major does not necessarily allow you to be versed in a communications field. And a lot of people think that, oh, I'm a journalist, I can transfer into being a comms director somewhere. That's not happening because a lot of people with actual comms skills are now getting those jobs. Like my husband, like, look, people always say, "Oh, Ernest, if you ever didn't want to do journalism, could you be a communications director?" I actually could be a communications director because my studies taught me those skills. I have a master's in communication management. Like, I actually know how to be a comms director. I could do that job. However, no shade. Some of my friends in the industry, respectfully, that was just strictly hardcore journalists. Y'all trying to make them comms directors, yo, they suck. A lot of them suck. A lot of people who were strictly journalism majors and straight journalists, they're the worst comms directors. I'm not going to hold you. I'm not going to name any names, the council president. But a lot of these folks that were highly, like, journalists that did not have a strong comms PR background or education, that they suck at their jobs. And there's a lot of them that want to, convert into journalism after doing PR and stuff. I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying that it's not a reversible door as much. But what I tell people is that if you have kids that are currently in college, please let them get the dream as a minor or a concentration and not the full time. In other words, I'm not too heavy on telling people to be a journalism major. As an award-winning journalist, make it your minor, make it your concentration, intern in those spaces. And to be clear, Penn did not have a journalism major. And even if Penn did, I think I would have made it a minor or a concentration, but I would have never made it my full major because I tell people, get a very versatile major that allows you to explore different markets. Because when people are looking for jobs, especially now with resumes, they will look at that and feel like your concentration is heavily focused unless you have work experience. Now, if you already have work experience, you can get away with it, which is why a lot of journalists are being comms directors, which are kind of annoying because I look at them like they're deputy, like the mayor has a journalist who's a deputy press person. This person doesn't really have good comms experience. And I don't think they're that good at what they're doing, but I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be nice because she used to be a journalist, but she used to be a journalist that used to think she knew my job and tried to tell me how to do my fucking job. And I was like, girl, you just got here in Philly. Welcome to Philadelphia, okay? I don't want to be mean, but I'm just saying that annoyed me. She's annoying. I'm not talking about, if you know who she is the deputy comms director. She's like the press secretary for the mayor currently. I'm not going to say her name, but if you know who she is, I don't care much for her, and she doesn't care much for me, and that's because she's fake, and I don't really care much for fake people, and I'm going to leave it at that. Yeah, I'm going to be a little mean girl. Not really a mean girl. She deserves it, because she came out of pocket with me on some shit one time, and I was just like, you're new here. You might want to, like, settle down, because you got too many opinions about shit that you don't know anything about, and you just came into this market, and I don't care that you do broadcast TV, but chill out. If you know what I'm talking about, it's warranted. And you might think she's nice, and maybe she changed. This was many years ago. I'm not against people who might like people I don't like, unless they're still, like, fucking me over. She hasn't done that, but she do still be talking shit about my back, and she'll think I know that. But I'm going to be nice. Moving on. Because as you can see, I said in my podcast, and if she hears this, it's what's up? Like, we can have a conversation. Because first of all, I only talk to women. I'm not arguing with a woman. Unless it's like a debate like Tommy Lauren or something. But I'm not arguing with somebody that is a comms director or a press secretary. My mindset is, hi, what's up? Would you like to give an apology for the way that you have misexplained, miscommunicated, and talk shit about me and was a backstabber when the PBJ thing? I would like an apology. If I don't get it, it's fine, but we don't have to pretend we like each other either. Okay, moving on. I thought I lost my train of thought. I just think people need to be more mindful with their comms teams in general and, that pursue that. But Yeah, Stephen A. Smith, no. We like Gavin Newsom, what he's doing. There's some stuff going on with Jason Lee in Stockton. Have you heard of him? He's the guy from Hollywood Unlocked, the personality. He's been this controversy alleging that there was like $50,000 of their money in Stockton. Stockton, is it Stockton? Stockton, not Stockton. Freudian slip. But in Stockton, California, he is an assistant mayor or something like that, deputy mayor or something like that. But he's over there, or no, he's a part of their city council, got elected to their city council, something like that. But he's been in some controversy because it was being speculated that he helped give the city of Stockton $50,000 for a Wild and Out show, and that it was like some potential conflict of interest because he was a part of the group, and he claimed that he did not get paid, and he had the receipts. But nonetheless, it's interesting. I'm not really crazy about Jason Lee. He just has been very messy and nasty, and just have said some very, really fucked up shit about people, and like in a very problematic way. And I don't really care much for him. I know some people might say that's their problematic fave. I guess that's a problematic fave for some people. I just don't care much for him. But he's entering politics. I think he's trying to do some imagery recovering, like he wants to be different. He's still doing his media stuff. So the Jason Lee show is still on Zeus Network. But yeah, there's been drama going on there. I also want to take some time to talk about this because you all asked me about this, and it is a topic that I do think is worthy of education. This stuff called stable coins. It's connected to cryptocurrency or something, and I want to take a little bit of time because I know a lot of black men listen to my podcast, and y'all be entertaining all this crap around Bitcoin and all that stuff, and I just don't care about it. But I do think I want to talk to people about this because before y'all do something and y'all fuck up y'all money, I want to make sure I take some time to talk about this because a lot of people have been making some very interesting decisions off of hearing about Bitcoins and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I've never been a fan of this Bitcoin stuff. I just think it's weird. People talk about stable coins all the time. And I also think that it's like, your crypto future, let's talk about it. So what's going on right now is that the biggest banks in the country, in America, Chase, Bank of America, Citi, and this is reported by the New York Times. So if you want to actually talk to somebody about it, read more about it in depth, the New York Times did some reporting on it. So there is a cryptocurrency that's been showing up called stablecoin. It's not like Bitcoin. Stablecoins have a fixed value and a price that doesn't swing up or down. And those are being now pegged to the US dollar, is what people are doing. So what I'm hearing and what I've been researching on is that Chase, Bank of America, and Citi are planning to launch their own stablecoins. Retailers like Amazon and Walmart are studying these coins, just trying to do a stablecoin of their own. This is permissible under the Genius Act. So the Genius Act is a bipartisan law that passed this summer. This is very new, with encouragement from the banks. The law is significant for two big reasons. One is that it's eliminating cash. So it's creating a way for banks to offer customers stable coins instead of handing back their money in cash. So it's interchangeable for US dollars, but also keeping the interest. Unlike the interest accrued in your checking and savings account, the law tells banks to keep the interest earned on stable coins. So let's say, for example, that you have $25,000 in a high yield savings account that pays 4% annually. You will amass $1,000 a year every year, just off of that interest. However, if you do this in stable coins, you get nothing else. So you get no interest earned on stable coins. Now, for some people listening, like maybe a Joe, because if he's listening, I'm imagining he's like, oh, no, I'm not doing it. But some of my friends that might listen, you might say, you know what? So there's always pros and cons. For many people, bank executives have told people that they saw in the not too distant future that banks could direct, people with checking accounts to exchange with money for stable coins, right? This could be available as early as next year. This is not available now. So don't call if you thought this was a good idea, because some of y'all might. Do not call your bank right now and go, yo, I want some stable coins. This has not went to full effect. It can happen though soon, and it can happen as soon as next year, right? So here is the pros and cons. For some of you all, the benefits is that you could potentially get low fees and fast speeds for tricky transactions like overseas transfers, okay? So if you do stable coins, there's opportunity that you might be able to get low fees and get fast amounts like overseas transfers and tricky transactions. You might be able to offset some of those fees based on this. That could be a potential benefit. However, there's a lot of drawbacks and cons to this. So you don't get interest on your accounts. You would also forgo the federal insurance that pays back depositors in the event of a bank failure. And the reason why is because regulators treat stable coins accounts as investments, not ordinary deposits. So in other words, your accounts would have fewer protections than they do now. I'm taking a moment of silence. I want that to seep in. If you fuck around with these stable coins, you're fucking with your money in the wild, wild west. And what's even more crazy about this idea is that this is money, cash money that you already fucking have, that already could get interest, that's already equivalent to an American dollar. Why? Why play with this? So I just feel like it's important to me to educate my people, because financial literacy, everybody keeps talking about some financial literacy. Fuck all that. We got to educate people in our own communities about stuff before you get tied in, because let me tell you about the banks. The banks why would the banks love this? The banks love this because they don't want to keep giving you extra money. So if you put your money in stable coins, they don't got to give you interest. They don't got to give you extra money, right? The other thing about the banks is that they be fucking up shit all the time. If you get in stable coins, there's no liability. There's no insurance for that money. So if they fuck you up with these stable coins, you can't call no debitors or no insurance to get it, because they don't consider it actual money. Consider it an investment. That's not smart. No. We're not doing that. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because you're going to see in the next year or so, because remember it now, you heard it here on Ernestly Speaking right here, right now in August of 2025. For the first time, you've heard this on this show. Let me tell y'all right now what's going to happen. A lot of banks and some influencers are going to try to push this shit on y'all. They're going to try to make this cool. They're going to want to make stable coins a thing. They're going to want to tell you all about, stable coins this and stable coins that. And, you should get this. This is cool. Avoid global fees. Avoid that. Let me tell y'all something. It ain't that necessary. You don't need to do all that, okay? Whatever the little fees they're already slapping on it, fuck that. Take that fee, deal with that, because it's a better piece of use. You will lose way more money and peace of mind playing around with this stablecoin shit than you actually would if you get a little fee for using something overseas. Okay? They're not interested in making your money well. I'm gonna put on my Bernie Sanders voice. The big banks do not want your credit scores. The banks and the 1% does not want to give you a good business. Why? That is how that is with the Bernie Sanders accent, right? He's gonna say the big banks and New Yorkers do not want you to have your equal. That's how they're gonna do it. Look, Bernie Sanders be talking a bunch of dumb shit sometimes about some stuff. Like when you talk about race, he sucks at that. But that shit with the banks, y'all better listen to that. Okay, Elizabeth Warren, all that. Pay attention to that. This ain't nothing you want to play with. So it's a nah for me. It's a chop for me. I ain't playing with these stable coins. And you shouldn't either. Again, moving along. AI is out of control, baby. AI is out of control. It's a lot going on with AI. AI is killing the job market, as you know. Computer science people, they used to be what was called a safe industry to get jobs in. Now look at that. Remember how he was telling people to take the coding out of schools? Remember something we need to teach kids how to code, and it's putting all that in schools, and not teaching kids how to read and write and care about people, be empathetic people. Remember everything was about put computer science programs in school, teach kids how to code, stop teaching kids how to plant and how to cook. We don't need to have no home economics classes. Take that out. Take parenting courses out. Take sex education out. Right. That's why gonorrhea and syphilis, all these things are, because they took all that out because they wanted to say, teach kids how to code. Teach kids financial literacy. But they wasn't really teaching kids financial literacy. They're talking about teach kids how to Bitcoin. They can make money faster. Look what the fuck has happened. It is 2025, and you still need reading, writing, arithmetic. You still need that. You still need those skills. You still need people that know how to read and write and do arithmetic. You still need it. Coding can't do shit for you now because AI has replaced the coding. Computer science majors. Listen, shout out to one of my best friends from college. His name is Jeremy. He actually designed my website. Actually, we designed my website in 2013. And he was a computer science major engineering program. My bestie, my good friend Jeremy, is doing architecture. He now got some new skills. Went to Harvard, got a master's. The boy is a genius. He is now picked up skills in architecture. So now he does architectural design. He knows it's computer science, but I think he realized where the industry was going. And now he does architecture. Like now he's into that, and we're never going to not need to know how to do architecture and build buildings. But he is in the space of educational design and graphics, so he's making that bigger money, Not to say that construction workers and we don't need the building trades. We do need that. But he took it up a notch. Like he's not building, he's designing the buildings. He's doing the math to scale and all that. It's genius, and I'm proud of him, right? But he picked that up. We talked about this when I went to Texas about a year ago. We caught up because now he lives in Texas, okay, where everything is big in Texas. He's in Houston. We caught up and had dinner. We had drinks and stuff. We had caught up, and we were just talking about the industry. He was just talking to me about how the tech industry was going through those crazy changes, and I was like, "Oh, was that 2020? That was like 2023, I think it was when we caught up. Maybe 2024." Last Christmas, I think it was. It was like either last year. I think it was probably last year. But we caught up and everything. He was talking about the industry. But man, he was putting me on game about what's going on in the tech world. And now look what's happened. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. This is not good. And also, I do feel like a lot of us are having conversations about AI in a different way. All of this AI, chat GPT, bot chat stuff, there's people online talking about how this influencer went viral, talking about how they use chat GPT to help them with their flight travel times. They missed their flight because of it. So you wasted all that water, electricity to be wrong and be late. And you could have just looked at your flight information on your app. Like, I'm dead ass when I tell you, I don't use chat GPT. I don't. I do not use ChatGPT, y'all. I do not use it. I don't know. I do not like it. I don't see the purpose of it. Everybody want to do this AI. First of all, I am so tired of your AI generated graphics. Can y'all get rid of those hideous things? They're ugly. I don't like how they look. I don't like the typography. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, there's a very particular type of cartoon animation on these AI that you all are trying to make for these graphics. They're horrible looking. They're ugly. They're lazy. Like, I don't like them. Can we just go back to hiring humans again? Okay? Like, I think about that song. If y'all are big Disney fans like me, I love Beauty and the Beast. There was Beauty and the Beast special again, a special edition where there's a song that was not released in the original Beauty and the Beast called Human Again. And I love that song, and it was a great extra. It's right before Beauty and the Beast, the actual title song of the film, where they're like cleaning the cobwebs and they're reimagining what it was like to be human again, which eventually they all do become human again at the end of the film. Spoiler alert for those who have not seen this iconic 1991 classic. That's why it's always one of my favorite Disney movies, because it came out the year I was born. It's my birth Disney film. And all my 90s babies, okay? Shout out to my 90s babies. We judge people Our 90s babies specifically step to the front. 1990, not so much. No judgment. But all of my 90s babies step to the front because I judge us by the years our films came out, the Disney films came out. I am a Beauty and the Beast baby. Mr. Johnson is a Toy Story baby. We don't claim Pocahontas because it was problematic, but that's okay. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna say something. Pocahontas is my problematic fave Disney movie, and so is Aladdin. Problematic as fuck. You could go Google it, but Pocahontas is one of my problematic fave Disney films. But but let me say this. I talk to my friends based on Disney films. So if you tell me what year you're born, I can give you a Disney film years born, okay? Because it's connected to the Disney Renaissance. So if you tell me, Ernest, I was born in 97, you're a Hercules baby. Ernest, I was born in 94. You lucky motherfucker. That's the Lion King. You a Lion King baby. Ernest, I was born in 92. You're an Aladdin baby. I was born in 93. Okay, that wasn't a film in Disney Renaissance, but you still count. You're a Nightmare Before Christmas baby. Ernest, I was born in 98. You're a Mulan baby. Ernest, I was born in 99. You're a Tarzan baby. That's a good hit too. Ernest, I was born in 96. You're a Hunchback of Notre Dame baby. So I talk to my 90s babies, my friends, right? That's my millennials in that era, 90s babies rule. I talk about us in Disney films. I'm a Beauty and Beast baby. Okay? I am. I'm that. See, the 80s, we don't really talk about the 80s for Disney. Disney Renaissance did not really bloom until Little Mermaid. So if you was born, okay, in 1989, you count. Now, I could say this film, because I know it's I will say this. Somebody said not too much on 1990 babies. Okay, you was born in a film. We don't talk about this film much. It is not necessarily a part of the Disney. We kind of skip it. But you are The Rescuers Down Under. That was a sequel to The Rescuers. But The Rescuers Down Under, you're a Rescuers Down Under baby because you was born in 1990. So, see how I did that? But I say all this to say, we do not need ChatGPT and AI. I know that. You know how I know? Because 3 years ago, none of you motherfuckers was using ChatGPT and AI. Now, let me explain what I mean. Now, people will say, well, Ernest, wait a minute, AI. We've been using AI before ChatGPT. You're right. But let me be very clear. AI is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has been with us for a very, very long time. But I'm talking about the codependence on AI to do shit that your lazy ass is already fucking doing. We need to kill that. And we need to be human again. We'll be human again. Listen, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Disney Plus people, go look it up. But what I'm saying is we do not need this. And the reason why is because now y'all are out here trying to create relationships and get engaged with motherfucking ChatGPT bots. Like, this is crazy. Stop it. Cut it out. Just masturbate. Get a fucking blow doll. I don't know what those... Oh, I don't have one. I never had one. But I'm just saying, get something. At what point? Look, I know people say porn and is addiction. I get all that. But, like, at least it's humans. I'm just saying, like, what are we doing right now? Like, stop making movies that were supposed to be entertaining. Like, now y'all trying to have her in real life? Didn't we not watch that and think that was weird and thought that was an interesting movie? But y'all really out here was having a crush with the Scarlett Johansson voice? Y'all was getting y'all rocks off to that? I'm done. I cannot with that. It's no point. And I also want to say this, because somebody brought this up, a really good techie of mine I had a good conversation with. They said, y'all understand that AI, specifically in ChatGPT, that it's not actually a generator of information. It's just a curation of what's out there already. Like, it does not come up with new ideas. There's nothing new and thoughtful about it. It's basically a language generator. Basically, it's taking words, syntax, and language and formulating responses based off of language. it's actually not actually creating information, and it's not an actual knowledge generator. It doesn't actually come up with ideas or anything. It actually is taking language and words and things and generating it off of that, which is different. Like a language, I want to be very technical with this because this is very important. But AI, ChatGPT and AI, they're not actually what you think it is. Um, and I think a lot of people get confused. So it's a language model. It's a language model. Um, that's what it is. And a language model is very different. It's a large language model. They call it an LLM. Okay, and it's from Open AI. So AI fuels that, right? So this is conversation AI. It's excelling in natural language processing tasks. So it's like text generation, summarization, and question answering. But that's different from a search engine and how a search engine works. And so that's how you could get fucked off with that shit because large language models are not meant to generate factual actual information. There are times where it's right, but it may not be. It oftentimes tries to tell you what you want to know, but what if what you want to know is incorrect? It does not course correct it for you. Now, for example, a lot of people are using it for those purposes, and for easy shit, it can give you answers. So you're like, capital of France, whatever, right? It can find capital in France and connect it and draw a conclusion. But for deeper, more in-depth things, it's not going to be able to do that. Oh, I love this podcast today. I love it all the time, but I feel like I'm educating y'all in a different way this week. But it's just, I don't know. I just feel like I got to educate because it's some conversations y'all having right here, and it's just not the right conversations. So just wanted to say that. Moving along, 54% of American adults are drinking alcohol. This is the lowest in American history. Only 54% of Americans are drinking alcohol. I still drink alcohol. But a lot of people are not drinking as much. We're becoming more sober. Which brings me to another interesting point. There's been a rise in cannabis poisoning with youth and a rise in cannabis in general. And I have a theory, and I got this theory. I think that the rise in cannabis accessibility and usage is part of the new decline in alcohol. More people probably don't like the way alcohol is making them feel. They prefer the way that they get high, and that getting high is giving them a better feel than alcohol. And also they might feel like they're getting more bang for their buck in the fact that they control their high. Because when you buy liquor spoils, versus if you buy like edibles or something like that, you can pace yourself and it can stretch it out. And it can also be monitored in a way that maybe they don't like the feel that alcohol is doing. Or think about, like, I was just comparing a price. You could go to a liquor store, right, and spend $40 for a bottle of liquor, right? Or you go to a restaurant, you could spend like, I don't know, $10, or 13, $15 on one cocktail that may not even do anything for you, right? But $20 at a cannabis shop, you get a good pack of edibles that can last you a lifetime. So economically, or even some weed or some other shit, like it would do more for you on the long run. I'm not promoting cannabis. I'm not promoting. I'm not doing that. Drink responsibly, smoke responsibly, do not purchase cannabis somewhere illegal. Drink responsibly, drink of age of drinking is 21. Cannabis purchase and usage is 21, but only in states that allow that. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania does not sell cannabis without a medical license or anything of that nature, so you're not allowed to pursue that. Now, if you were in Delaware, you're in Jersey, and you have access in those types of ways, they have recreational. If you're in D.C. or Maryland, you have access to that, but in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you do not. So I am not encouraging that or anything like that. Be responsible. Have to put that disclaimer there. Now, back to my point. For those who legally consume it, right, I do think that price comparisons, as somebody who, if I might have been in Jersey and I saw it in Jersey and it was legal in Jersey and I saw it, I looked into my research, there is more bang for buck compared to buying liquor. And I think for some people that drinking may not be their thing anyway, this might be the reason. And also this economy. People are not going to restaurants as much. So the interest in drinking liquor in general has also changed because affordability. And I also think in the experience of the stressors, right? Some people with the shit going on in this country right now, I mean, a buzz may not be enough. maybe a high will. I feel like we was all drinking during the Obama era because that was when it was time to turn up. Shots, shots, shots. So that was the vibe. But like with a Trump era, a drink is not enough for some people. So that might be what's causing it. But the sales are dropping, and that's shaping the landscape of the industry. There is a lot of stuff going on with media. There are some media changes, and these two things go hand in hand, actually. So Al Jazeera, the crew, that entire crew that was in Israel covering what was going on, what has been tragic about that entire situation, is that one of those things is that the Al Jazeera crew was killed by Israeli military. I don't care what your politics are. I don't care what side of the fence you're on. God awful. God awful. Horrible. And barbaric. And this needs to stop. This needs to end. It's unacceptable. But what's also not acceptable is that Mark Lamar Hill, who used to be a part of Al Jazeera as a journalist there, was expressing his sadness and his frustration with what's happened there with the Israeli military, with those lives, those lives being lost. And he's on the Joe Budden podcast. And the reaction from that camp was some of the most cowardly, disgusting, horrible, heartless response to that I have seen. He's sharing this, and he's talking about it very soberly and very, like candid. And it's like I don't know what it's like to lose that many people like that that you work with, that was a part of a place that you believed in. And these are his colleagues, people he see. And Joe Budden. Oh, goodness. Joe Budden basically goes, we got to pivot, when we going to pivot, and talk to Melissa Ford. And they're like, she's talking about some, when this comes up, we got to pivot to something else. And they want to talk about some whack ass rapper, Young Thug, and just move on and not even hold space to hear this brother and what he got to say. I know I was going to avoid saying something, but I actually tagged him, shared a post, because there was people on social media reacting to the way that they talked about it. And I just said it publicly. I added him on my IG story. And I just said, listen, Mark, you need to let this show go. The point has been lost. The plot has been missing. The pivot is gone. Like, this is beneath you on so many levels. And Mark has given them a lot of grace. Melissa Ford, Joe Budden, all of them on that show. There's ways where he could just simply say, you know what, y'all are stupid. This is not, y'all don't have the range. Like, he could say, look, it's Dr. Hill to you. He could do all of that. But he doesn't. So it's just really hard to watch that. Like, at a certain point, I think he is in a branding crisis, because at a certain point, the following you've amassed all these years, it's like they're trying to rock with you based on that goodwill, but that goodwill is being expended on amplifying a platform that is now benefiting these idiots more than you. I mean, what is it, the money? But now that brings up another point of, like, if you a sellout, just say you're a sellout. I don't want to say he's a sellout. I don't want to say that. But at a certain point, you cannot, this is indefensible. If you are doing a 180 or a pivot and you just want to be a podcast bro, then just be that. And just say, look, I don't want to do it this way. But it's what a waste of a fucking talent. What a waste of a platform. What a waste. I mean, are we that hung strong on money? Is it is the attention you're getting. Like, you go from being a man who is in certain rooms, and now your biggest achievement at this point is being Potter of the week of the month or something for consecutive months, or you're in some stupid competition amongst them idiots about who, what, like, what have we, like, listen, I'm younger, and I'm not in the business of trying to young bull nobody, anything like that. But even if I did some shit like that, I mean, it would be somewhat more permissible. But at his big ass age, this is a man in his mid 40s, closer to 50 than he is to 41. Okay. With that level of education and knowledge, what are you doing? But this is what happens, right? Like, you can do so many other things. It's one thing, if you like media and it's fine, but like, are you telling me at this point that your bread and butter, you got a bookstore, you got investments, other things, you got all this shit. You mean to tell me that this podcast is so important to your bread and butter and your livelihood that you got to sit up here and insult your own intelligence and hours for hours on end every week? It's sad. And if that is the case, then we as a society got to question, we as a community got to wonder to ourselves, what are we doing to nurture and invest and support in our Black intellectuals, thought leaders, or whatnot? Like, I know y'all do it for me, but I just think to myself, like, is it the greed? Is it the lifestyle? Is it the fear of being irrelevant? Like, what is it? But this is not it. And to see some of the comments that people have had since that information came out, it's horrible. Like, you on this Black podcast and you can't even show empathy for marginalized folk in the Middle East? Like, you like, what? What's the need? Well, let me listen. Mark used to be on Fox News back in the day. You might as well go back on there. It's funny. Listen, I will tell Dr. Mark Lamont Hill this to his face. You talk about how the police system, you're abolitionists, and the police system is not worthy of reform. That the Joe Budden podcast is not worthy of reform, nor does it plan to be, nor does it want to be. It's designed to be the way that it is, and you are literally a puppet into that whole situation. I'm not going to call you a fool, but the way that you have given them a level of validation and relevance that is beneath them. Granted, Joe would have had it before, and I'm not saying that Budden, I'm not saying Joe Budden did not have relevance and that podcast was not already popping. But what you did was legitimize it in a way that now there are conversations and coverage that they would have not gotten. I don't think they would have gotten New York Times coverage like that when they talked about how much it's worth if someone like you was not involved. You brought your intelligent, smart-ass audience to a fucking dump. And respectfully, I want to say shame on you, because the shit that they be talking about, how they talk, is so ignorant and it's insulting the intelligence of your following. Your following go to you to avoid that. And if you're not going to be a guest, like, it's one thing to be a guest. It's one thing to go and disrupt. If you're not going to go there to do that, then what the fuck are you doing? Because you're just homies with them at this point. And you're not even like, what? There's money being made here. Like, that's just, no. And to see you be dismissed like that was hard to watch. Hard to watch. It's not good. It's not good at all. And also, because he's not the only one this week. Speaking of CNN and former CNN and all that, look, I got a bone to pick. And when I first started this podcast, I was in love with her. But Abby Phillip, I don't know what you're doing, what this show was doing, but this is not it, honey. Okay? This nightly news with Abby Phillip, I can't watch it. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. So you all know what I'm talking about for those who are involved. This week, this show took a really problematic left turn. It was a celebrity trainer, Julianne Michaels. Yes, the fitness trainer chick, right? she gives this really weird, bizarre defense of Donald Trump on slavery. So amongst all the other shit that Donald Trump was doing, he's been trying to get artifacts out of the Smithsonian that would talk about slavery in a certain type of way. When they're having this conversation at this stupid round talk discussion, basically Julianne Michaels, basically portrays it, the Smithsonian exhibits as, quote, white people as bad, as she describes them as white people as bad. And she declares that less than 2% of white Americans own slaves, among other things. Now, Abby Phillip is like shocked, and she does her shock thing. And she says, quote, Julian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate who was the beneficiary of slavery. And she puts it in that very soft, thoughtful voice. It sounds like she's meaningful, but I recognize this, right? But then in another segment, right, Scott Jennings, the one who's getting overpaid, who's a big mega supporter, complained about supposedly fake jobs data, which prompted another fact check from Philip. And then when there was an argument from this strategist, her name was Julie Roginski, argued that Republicans' crime rhetoric was hollow after Trump pardoned the January 6 rioters. And that brings me back to my other point from last time. Where was all this energy for the January 6 rioters? Oh, that's right. You're talking about crime in the streets and in D.C. How are you going to talk about protecting D.C. from crime when one of the biggest crime events that ever took place in D.C. in a long-ass time was fucking on January 6, 2021, right? Jennings dismissed her point as a silly argument and derailed the discussion at vote. He derails the discussion. He's overtly sneering at her. He's showing his ass. Now, for those who've been following this show, it's not an outlier. It's not, but it's a problem because this show is giving airtime to ignorant people whose contributions to be provocative is becoming misinformation and are hijacking real conversations. It's a spectacle. It's not substantive. There's a problem because at a time where our democracy is under attack, this shit has become a primetime stage for clowns. There's no real serious voices. And I don't know what kind of audience they want from this. And it's sad because Abby Phillip is so smart and so thoughtful. And I just know that she's not the one curating this shit. But God damn it, what is wrong? Because in a world where you could call Ernest Owens on the show, you could call so many other people. Why is Julianne Michaels a voice that gets to be on that CNN table, but Ernest Owens cannot be? These are choices. They know who the fuck I am. I've been booked there several times because they don't want to have an intellectual conversation. They want the fights. They want a circus. And that's why I tell people there's a difference between a journalist and a media commentator. Okay? Now, Abby's a journalist. I'm not saying she's not. But when y'all want to act like some of these voices that get on there and talk their commentary shit that it could be journalists, they're not. But you know what makes me angry is that because CNN platforms these idiots, they get the legitimacy that they crave for. Because Joe Budden gets to have Mark Lamont Hill co-sign him every fucking week of that show, it legitimizes him. That's the problem. Is that we don't value our spaces. We don't hold them in high regard. We got to gatekeep this. We really do. But what do I know? So this week, I thought that the big conversation was going to be SEPTA. I thought that was going to be the big conversation. And there's a lot going on with SEPTA because there's a big thing happening. And this, if you're listening to this episode, you're in the core 500. I'm going to tell y'all something that has not been revealed yet as of the recording of this podcast. But I'm going to let y'all know some tea. You didn't hear this from me, but I'm going to give you an Ernestly speaking exclusive. Because you're going to probably, if you listen to this show early in the morning, you listen to this early, you're part of that core. Again, if you're part of that core 500, then this is tea. If you're not, then you're going to be like, damn, Ernest had that tea and that scoop. But I'm telling y'all early. Transit riders are planning to occupy the Senator Joe Picozzi's office until SEPTA is funded. There are going to be dozens of Philadelphia transit riders and taxpayers, including senior citizens and even some of the senator's own constituents, that are going to remain in the senator's office until a state budget is passed. Y'all, they're doing a sit-in. This is going to happen, and if you're interested in it, if you don't know, it's going to go down on Monday, August 18th. Okay, so you're listening to this, you're hearing this first. It's going to go down at 2 p.m. It is going to be at 12361 Academy Road, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, zip code 19154. 19154. And this is going to be inside of Senator Joe Picazzi's office. Now, there is certain people part of this. This is going to be 215 People's Alliance and Philadelphians, taxpayers, transit riders, voters, and senior citizens. And they're coming together because of the fact that without funding from the state, SEPTA service cuts will begin on August 24th, with 32 eliminated bus routes and 16 shortened bus routes as well. Reduced subway, trolley, and regional rail service, and an end to all special services like the Sports Express. On September 1st, there's going to be a fare increase that will also go into effect. So that's going to be right after August 24th. And it will be a complete hiring freeze as well. January 2026, regional rail routes and additional bus routes will be eliminated. And service will stop after 9 p.m. across the authority. Now, you might have heard that there was some budget passes and some things, but that has not actually funded SEPTA in a way that it needs to address this current crisis. And even more fucked up in the budget, for those who don't even know this, is that there is a clash right now because Republicans want to fund mass transit. I mean, the skill games is what they want to fund it. And if you don't know what skill games are basically slot machines, those gambling machines that are inside of the stop and goes and the quote unquote poppy stores and stuff that happens in Philly, and a lot of times in very predominantly Black and brown communities, in poverty dense communities, where they sell liquor and other things, but they're putting these skill, they call them skill games, but these are like slot machines and shit. They're putting them there, and they want to use that revenue to fund this. That's disgusting. Because once again, you're exploiting Black and brown communities and making it have to foot the bill largely to pay for man's trash. And until you put a skills games and a slot machine on the corner of Rittenhouse, then because they get to have the buses, right, and stuff too. Until you put this shit everywhere, all over the city and all over the Commonwealth in general, and especially in the southeastern area, then you give me a fucking call, and then maybe I will support that. But the fact that, once again, like the soda tax, you want these sugary ass drinks and all this shit to be bought, and you want Black and brown folks, and especially Black communities, to have to sit up here and cough up that in this city, fuck y'all. So I'm not here for that either. So we're still fighting. The fight goes on for SEPTA. The fight continues. But before I get into the big stuff, because I do want to take some time, because I know I got a big thing, and y'all know what I'm talking about, okay? Because it's a tale of two union contracts, okay? Because I got some thoughts, and I've been, I want to dive into that. But before I get into that, let me just give out a nice little congratulations shout out to my good friend, but he's also a city council member, Anthony Phillips. He is engaged. Now, I could say again, but that last one don't count, okay? And fun fact, he brought his last fiance to my wedding, and I wasn't really a big fan of her, and I really want him to not be with her. And he's not with her, and that was like a couple years ago. But he is now newly engaged to a new woman who I am excited about. She's so beautiful. And he finally announced his engagement. They've been together really strong for a minute, and he spoils her, and he just loves her, and the joy. Have y'all seen Anthony Phillips? Like, he looks so happy. He looks so joyful. He looks so much nice. And we're just so happy for him, all of us. My brother interned for him at City Council, and my husband was on the board with him, and I've known Anthony since I was 18. We go way back, and we got a wedding to get ready for, because he was the groomsman in my husband's wedding, or in our wedding. He was on Mr. Johnson's side of the wedding. But, who gonna be in this wedding party? What we doing? Let's get it together, brother. Okay? So I got a wedding to get ready for. So I'm excited about that. So there is some good things happening. There are some great things happening across the board. And I'm really, gracious about it. And yeah, really happy for him. So I just wanted to say that. And it's grand. He loves the word grand. And did y'all know that he's cousins with Anthony Bellman? Fun fact. Who I'm also very close with too. Anthony Bellman and I are really cool too. He's a state rep. So so I want to get the good news out the way. And I want to say this too. I want to talk about this. So I've been thinking a lot lately about the backlash around Pat Dugan in this DA's race. I got some thoughts. Some thoughts for sure. Now let me just say this. I am, like a lot of you, disappointed with Pat Dugan taking advantage of being a Republican and running for the DA's race. A lot to be said there. There are people concerned about the election. I still think he's going to win, but somebody had to explain some things about the numbers. That even, and this is why Krasner is, coming out or whatever. He has gone publicly to criticize Pat Dugan about being a lie, trying to connect it with the Oogie Boogie Trump shit. Okay, not really. Okay, sure. I don't think it's that far, but I think the thing for me is that this is a serious race. I do think Krasner will still win. But it is something interesting because of the way that voter turnout plays a role in this. A race like this is not sexy. There is not any major players. People are talking about judge retainments and stuff. That's cool. Okay. But this is good. This is going to be a very low voter turnout election. It is. It is. And I almost feel like it's a fake out that in some ways Dugan was strategic. If it was his plan all along to run as a Republican, which he's been telling people, journalists up and down, that he's not going to do it. So he did lie, and I just think that it's important to acknowledge that. So I'm just kind of like, misleading. Okay. But that aside, we still got to talk about the issue at hand. Voter turnout is very, very low at elections like this. There is no real major excitement. There's no real major races. This is a very unsexy election year. You don't have the primary of next year, which is the midterms. You don't have the midterms to excite people on a national level. You don't have a presidential race. You don't have a major city council race. Like the next couple of years is about to be exciting. Like next year is the midterms. The year after that, you got the mayoral race going on, with city council. And then the year after that, ding, ding, dong, dong, dong. What do we have? The presidential race. Every other election coming out in the next 3 years is going to be super exciting. But this type of election era and phase is super dry. It's super dry. Like the city controller is not exciting. There's no real contested race. The judicial races are kind of like set. And it's not exciting. And what's interesting is Pat Dugan running against Krasner is actually a real interesting race because we know Pat Dugan, Democrats know Pat Dugan, and there will be some Democrats that will still vote for Pat Dugan. Okay, I know some people who will still give Pat Dugan that vote. But there's also people who are like Republicans who are going to come out in droves. And if you look how they show up, they've been waiting for a race to get behind. There's a lot of votes on that table. When you look at the past elections and cycles of voter turnout, you got a strong way that when you look at the Democrats, they don't show up heavy. So if Republicans really show up and really, really show their ass, he takes off some of those Republicans, some of those Democrat votes. And then you got the independents where, look, I know all the independents are not going to come out for Dugan, right? But a good chunk of them, you might have a problem there. You might have a real serious problem. And so I'm not sneezing at this. I still believe that this man will not win. But I don't know. Like, this was not expected to happen. But it also says something about the state of the politics because this is a majority Democratic city. And the fact that we're even having a concern about voter turnout is a reflection of this fucking Democratic Party. So, yeah, the game has changed. And it's an important race. And we got to pay attention to it. But Dugan, listen, people was like, well, will PABJ do a candidacy for him? No, we're not. I'm just going to put this on the table. PABJ is not going to be doing a candidacy for him for this upcoming race. It's funny because I feel like in a perfect world now, maybe Krasner would have liked that more. Or, Dugan would have probably been still down. But then you got people like Krasner who, because he did so much voter suppression, and this is my words, not anyone else's, I'm speaking for myself. I feel like Krasner did a lot of voter suppression in his primary to not get the word out. Now your challenger is still at play, and now you can't even, because you haven't had enough spaces. It would have been, man, listen. Woo, ooh, Krasner, you done fucked up, okay? Because the thing is that in a vote where there's low turnout, right? There is a strong constituency of black voters, not a mass majority by any means. But when we're counting vote for vote, there are some people that have drank in the Kool-Aid around crime, and they still do. And they just more and more do not like Krasner. And Dugan is somebody that they liked. Some of them did support and did privately support and go for. And there was also other Democrats that are disjanted by the way that Krasner acted. And even after Krasner won his primary, he did a lot of people dirty. And I think he might need some of them people to really help him with this turnout. And a lot of people are like, nah, you got it. You got it. You thought you had it. Like, you got it. And at the end of the day, even though Dugan has become a Republican for this race, I still don't think the rhetoric is warranted to try to treat him like he's some Donald Trump person. It's like, stop it. See, this is what I tell people. If you make everybody Trump, then no one will actually understand how viscerally problematic Trump is. Everybody's not Trump. The whole Trump lingo, listen, people used to do that in the very first term. New term, there's a lot more Trumpers than we need to come to terms with that reality. There's a lot more people that was okay with Trump like they were last time, and we need to be honest that there were some people that were that silent majority that was playing them games, and even so now. So I'm not drinking that Kool-Aid anymore. But he needs to take it more seriously, and there needs to be a different conversation to be had. Now, the moment a lot of you have been waiting for, and an important thing to discuss. And no, I'm not talking about the New Orleans mayor who was indicted after having a intimate relationship with her security guard. And a mayor dating a security guard. I don't know where this sounds very familiar. I don't know why this sounds very familiar to me. I don't know why. Like a mayor dating a security guard, or, like somebody that's on this team. I don't know where I don't know why that sounds familiar. Interesting. Don't know why that sounds familiar to me. I don't know. I'm not going there, people. I'm not going there. I'm not. Y'all not gonna make me do that. I'm not. I'm not saying no. Y'all not gonna say Ernest said I didn't say that. I don't know why. I don't know. There's a lot of mayors. Was it Bass? Was it in LA? Is it the current mayor in DC? Maybe Chicago? No, she was a lesbian. Was it the former Atlanta mayor? No. Eric Adams? Well, no, not him. I don't know what other mayor could. Where did I hear that from? I don't know. Maybe somebody can. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where I thought. Maybe there was like a. I don't know. Don't know what city that was at, or where that could have been. Somebody give me an Oscar, because I can act my ass off. Moving on to the next topic, and no correlation whatsoever. The Philadelphia mayor has been in negotiations about unions with the schools, the police department, with the police unions, the school unions, PFT, the Philadelphia, Foundation for Teachers. They are ready to go on strike if they don't get a good deal. They are prepared, okay? And this is in the midst of SEPTA and everything else. A lot is going on. The Mayor Cheryl Parker is juggling multiple things right at once. One, she did a press conference recently to just really talk up about SEPTA and really, support, the Governor Shapiro on that, okay? there's been talks that maybe the schools will be fine and everything's going to work itself out. But I did tell y'all, because I love to talk about this, that I did tell y'all that I was going to be pissed off about how some shit went down. And y'all was all like about the unions and fiscal responsibility, because that was the theme of the year, right? Fiscal responsibility. I might say this fiscally responsible episode. Let me be petty. I think I'm going to be petty. And yeah, I'm going to say that's what I'm going to call this fiscally responsible episode. Just to be petty. Because this is a fiscally responsible episode. You know why it's a fiscally responsible episode? Because I don't actually charge you all to listen to this podcast. And also, this podcast does not cost me that much money to produce. So this is a fiscally responsible podcast. No shade. But let's talk about fiscal responsibility real quick. So I dropped this press release, and a lot of y'all have been eating it up. And I love y'all, so y'all know I'm never going to let y'all not know what's going on, because I heard some rumblings this past couple of days, and I said when the document comes and information comes, I am going to make sure people see it. So I want you all to know, this information is really important, okay? So the Philadelphia Lodge 5, which is the FOP of Philadelphia, they put out a release, or I don't know if it was a press release. I don't think it was a press release. I think it was something that was given to police officers, but I have it in my possession. I publicize it for you, the people, to know. So I'm going to give y'all a summary of the new Act 111 award. This is the benefits they got from their negotiations. It is 19 fucking benefits and new things that they got. Okay? 19 benefits that they get. Okay? 19. So let's go with the big ones. 2 is a 2-year award with a 10% cumulative raise over 2 years. 4.5 in fiscal year 26 and 5.5 in fiscal year 27. The cumulative raise includes 3% for wage increases, 1.5% for civilian adjustment through attrition, and a 1% increase to longevity pay scale in fiscal year 27. That's 15% in cumulative raises over 3 years, fiscal year 25, 26, and 27. Biggest raises of any city employees, biggest 2-year raise in their history. Okay? This is for the police officers. Let's keep going down, because I know y'all are pissed off. Over the cycle of the 2-year contract, police officer one top tier salary will increase to $104,562 with stress pay. Overtime. Now, let's talk about the other pay as an increase, okay? So you will get $108,000 a year, or $108,800 at 3 years, including stress pay and longevity pay. You will get $109,300 at 5 years, including the same benefits. $109,900, basically $110,000 at 10 years. $110,600 at 15, $111,200 at, this is $100,000 at 20 years, $111.8. Oh my goodness. At 1,000 at 25 years, and $112,256 at 30 years. There is going to be a $3,000 signing bonus that is payable within 30 days, a $500,000 increase to their retiree trust medical reimbursement for fiscal year 25 and 26, a reopener in 2026 for additional economic benefits related to salaries, retention, Medicaid, sick and vacation, conversion, and other benefits for officers. They've negotiated a 2-year contract to avoid competing with other city municipal unions. They've maintained their medical benefits. They've maintained their pension and residency. New category of leave. They now have wellness days. Okay? The oink, 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 oink. They have one extra day per year for a mental break. And officers can use up to 5 of their sick days per year to take care of sick family members. They have early intervention programs to help struggling officers and families. They have disciplinary diversion programs to help avoid discipline and reward prior performance. Let me read that again. There is a disciplinary diversion program to avoid discipline and reward prior performance. The Police Oversight Commission proposals were all denied by the panel. So that Police Oversight Commission proposal that we the people helped to advise that we thought were going to be great, they were all denied in this negotiation. So much for police reform, okay? Expedited back pay system for terminated officers. And they have an FLSA comp time improvement for all K-9 officers, a reserve program to prepare candidates for promotions and special assignments, and a civilianization adjustment by attrition only. Those are all the 19 new benefits that the Philadelphia cops and officers will get in addition to that big-ass budget increase that they have gotten. Ladies and gentlemen, the Philadelphia Police Department is the biggest priority to our elected officials. They matter more to them than anyone else. And let me start by saying, before you wonky motherfuckers come in, oh, the DC 33 union negotiations is a different way of process. They go through arbitration. That's a different process to get them their wages. But the fire department and the police officers go through arbitration. That's a different way that they get their money compared to the other unions. And so, Ernest, you're comparing apples to potatoes. Fuck y'all. Let me explain something to y'all. I don't give a fuck if it's arbitration. I don't give a fuck if it's regular. The fact is that this mayor, this administration, all of these administrations before, but this continues, that these inequities, who's on that panel, find out who they are and ask them to step down. Who's ever on that panel needs to resign. It's unacceptable. They literally give them what they want. There's no pushback. And does the mayor chastise the arbitration team to say, or the panel to say, you know what, y'all giving them too much money. We need to be fiscally responsible. Fight the fuck back. Oh, she won't though. Because just like the mayor before and everyone else, they concede to the police. They will continue to talk about criminal justice reform, and they will continue to increase the police budget, and they will continue to take out taxpayers' dollars to pay them with it. They will continue to get the monies they want in that budget, and city council is complicit too. City council, I don't want to hear it. Anybody who supported that budget, you all allowed them to get that money and do what they do. Shut up. You all voted for the budget that allowed DC 33 to be fucked. Anybody who voted against that budget, you have my respect. But to the people that voted in favor of that budget, please, city council members who voted in favor of this budget, please sit down. Please shut up. Please do not tell me anything about that. You are not in solidarity to people. Nicholas O'Rourke, Kendra Brooks, salute. Salute. Salute to everybody who voted against that budget. Because if you support this budget, I have no respect. No respect. Because that budget was a budget that y'all allowed DC 33 to get fucked over with. It's the same budget that y'all allowed for the police department to have that budget. Y'all knew this was happening. Y'all sit up in our face and y'all smile in our face. And this mayor, with all due respect, is complicit with it. Talking about some different processes. I don't give a fuck about that. This city can make a way and make a will. Because I could get real immature and I'm not going to get out of character. But if we can find payrolls to put our boyfriends and friends and people on, and, find folks and family members to get on certain payrolls, and find ways to get people to get jobs, and still go have pillow talk. I mean, if we can find ways, and I'm not naming and talking about anybody in particular, I'm just saying if we can find ways to put our family and our homies and everybody on payroll with all these offices, and just, not hire, I don't know, actual police to do that, but hire. If we can find ways to keep care of our folk to do it, you can find a way to do better by DC 33 and other workers. And the reason why I keep saying DC 33, those are the most marginalized workers in the system. If we cannot do right by sanitation work, if we cannot do right by the most marginalized, their salaries. Did you hear what I just said? I said nothing but six-figure salaries when I broke that down to y'all. 100,000 plus salaries. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. This is a slap in the face. You sat there with that black cap on in the scorching heat, talking about you can't let the city, blah, 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 blah. So we got money. I told y'all we got money. The ruling class gives a fuck about what they give a fuck about. So this is what they give a fuck about. They don't give a fuck about sanitation workers. They don't give a fuck about teachers. They don't. Show me your budget, and that shows me what your priority is. Y'all might as well waltz the ground. You can put lipstick on a pig and put it in a nice suit, but it's not going to change anything. We are no safer than we were before with police. This is bullshit. It makes me so mad. And these are black elected officials. Okay? Black women in power that are mothers and thoughtful people. This is what they invest in. This is what the three henchmen, this is what the big three, let's call them the big three. This is what the big three wants. Who runs this city? The police. We are officially in a police state. There is more money in the police department than anything else. They got the best deals than anybody else in the fucking city. They run the city. We are in an oligarchy. We are in a police state. No one is strong enough to buck at them. Nobody wants to tell them anything else. They won't speak on. They won't speak on. They will not hold them accountable. They can continue to kill innocent people. They will get incentivized. They will benefit. We are in a fucking police state. We are. No need for Trump when we got a city like this. No need for mega Republicans when you got Democrats like this funding this type of shit and doing it like this. Y'all have no spine. You have no spine. And I knew it was going to happen. And I had to say, Ernest, don't tell them this yet. They can't handle it. It's just too much. I told you all, pay attention. This was not over. Now you know why I was as mad as I was last month. Now you know why I kept saying, y'all, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. They have the money. The money was for this. The pie does not grow. It reallocates. This administration is trash. 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 You play with them workers. I don't give a fuck about the union leader and how much he makes. I don't care. You sat up here and you had people in this city in the heat. Trash smell like shit all up in Philadelphia. You're not even paying the scabbers. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. And I don't want to call them kids scabbers. Little scabbers, okay? Maybe I'll say that. But those young kids, the young black kids that had the job program, I have heard from some of them that they haven't even got paid yet. Some of them got paid. They waited forever to get paid. You had money. You didn't even pay them kids that actually did the scabbing for you. You didn't even pay them in a timely fashion. And them kids needed that money. You said, okay, fuck the DC 33 workers. We still get this trash. You had a little outside program of these kids that got paid, quote unquote, interns, whatever, to do that work. And they didn't even get paid in a timely fashion. Disgusting. You don't even do right by your own snakes. You can't even do right by the people that's on your side. And I don't mean to call them kids scabbers. Okay, let me be very clear. I don't. I understand that they was in a rock and a hard place. But y'all weaponized, that administration weaponized those desperate kids who need to get money and get jobs, because heaven forbid that y'all invest in summer programs for kids. Heaven forbids that you actually invest in some serious summer programming to get our kids jobs, right? Man, this is some bullshit. I am livid. And you should be livid too. And y'all sit up here and we keep making fucking excuses. Gloves are off. I don't care. Take me out of City Hall. Don't make me cover City Council live at work. I don't fucking care. Don't give me access anymore. I don't fucking care. Because if it means that you want me to compromise my integrity as an honest journalist for the people, if that means that I don't get access to City Hall, if y'all want to blacklist me like you did what Kenny did, if you want to take me off of the fucking air and bitch about it and get me off of WRD radio and not do City Council live, so fucking be it. I don't care. I'm not going to sit up here and lie. This is why I'm independent. This is why I have my own podcast. Because I'm not going to capitulate to fuck shit. I'm not doing it, and no one should. I'm so tired of all of these journalists. I'm not even going to name names that sit up here and they have tea time with this mayor and her administration, and they don't ask tough questions. They don't challenge the authority. They just sit up here and they see what's going on and they just want to keep their fucking jobs. Meanwhile, you're losing your jobs because you're getting laid off because nobody wants to invest in journalism, but no respect. Who the fuck who would want to? Who would want to invest in a bunch of half-truths and backdoor deals and lies? Who do? Why would anyone want to buy a subscription to a publication that doesn't tell the full truth? Why? Why would anyone want to fucking do it? Who cares? Who? Because at a certain point, we are in the midst of fascism is impacting a global scale. Are we not up? If this is what does not radicalize you, I don't know what will. DC is literally, the Democrats are not here to save us. They're not. They're really not. The Democrats are not here, right? They're capitulating just like the Republicans. They might as well be the next in line. The Democrats in Philadelphia, for the most part, the majority of them are shit. They have no backbone. They're fucking grifters. They're oligarchs. They take advantage. They poverty pimp, and they use this as a way. And then you know what they do? They use the shame on the black ones. Because you use your identity, you weaponize your identity to act like you're not complicit with it. You are. Until you get indicted. And until you get handcuffed. Then you'll go back to the black community. Then you'll go to the churches. Then you'll get praise. And then you'll get the pray. And then you'll say, my people, fuck that. And then you'll get back in power and get back on your high horse and fuck that community over. The ruling class is a hot ass mess. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And you sit up here and you whine. And you make your stupid ass reels. And you get mad that no one likes your little posts. And you whine and you bitch about my little Instagram posts and my little opinions. People are dying. People are impoverished. And let me tell you something about revolution. If you know your history, because you don't read the books, you don't read your policy. Your staffers, and your legislative teams, them the real smart people. If they had a little bit more swag, they should beat you in office. They know the policy. They know how dumb you all are. You make deals. You don't run this city. Labor unions run this city. Developers run this city. Fortune corporations run this city. The mayor of this city is in a three-way race between Ryan Boyer, Brian Roberts, and whoever is the police commissioner of the city. Those are the three. That's the big three. This is cathartic for me because I probably said a lot of shit. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I will rather be alone and right or be with a small few that got common sense than be with a sea of fools and not. I will not. I will not. I will not be silent. I will not capitulate to this shit. And I don't care. I don't care. I really don't. I don't care if the council president retaliates against me. I'm going to name it. I don't care if they take me off of City Council Live on WRD. I love WRD, but if they take me off the air and they don't have me on City Council Live, I just want y'all to know I don't care. I don't. I don't. The politics is just too much. We're scaring newsrooms. People got to have courage. We are in a fight for our sanity. We're in a fight for our reputations. We're in a fight for our identities. We're in a fight for what's right. And I'm just tired of the fear. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of everybody being fake about what's happening right now in our city government. Look what's happening. Trump is invested in going after liberal cities. If you look very carefully, LA might be next again. He might go after LA again or something, right? DC got it, right? New York might be next if Mondani wins, right? He might try Philadelphia, but I think the mayor is just doing a lot of capitulating to him. And I think the mayor's doing a lot of this stuff. I mean, the way that this is moving, they're doing stuff because they think they're going to protect Philadelphia from it. You can't protect yourself from a mile, man. You can't negotiate and reason with crazy. But they'll try, though, right? So much. So it's a lot. It's a lot. We're in an interesting time in our cultural history, our understandings. We're in an interesting time. And yeah, what I would just say, my advice is no one normalize this. No one make excuses for this. Everybody, I'm not saying we all got to protest the same way. We all need to disrupt and protest in our own ways. This podcast is a form of disruption. What I just did is a form of disruption. We all need to disrupt in our own ways. I say legally. I say civilly. I'm not saying violence because I don't want people to put any words in my mouth. I have never been arrested. I've never gone to jail. I've never broke the law. I've never done anything of that nature, and I will never will, and I will never promote that, okay? But we need to use our voices, use our platforms, use our art, use our creativity, use our strategies, use all the things we have in us to resist the normalization of fascism. We need to do that. And if it makes other people uncomfortable, then you have to ask them why. If you're in spaces where people want to silence voices like mine and others, you need to ask the question, why? You need to try to figure out why. And the people that are complicit with it, you need to ask them why. Why is this normal to you? Why is this okay? Why is it okay to do this? I'm not okay with this. I'm not supporting this. I'm not signing this up. This is not a laughing matter. We're in a different playing field. Because every single week, that man in that White House is upping the ante. And the way in which our democratic city, our blue city is responding to it is not the response of somebody that is trying to protect innocent people. It's literally a plan that wants to put working class, impoverished people in it. It's social Darwinism on steroids. It's giving only the strongest will survive. Okay. I'll say that. But I'm just gonna let y'all know. I cat's out the bag. I'm just not. I've seen too much and it keeps getting worse. And at some point, it's like, what are we doing here? 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 Because we keep talking about fight the power. Do we know who's actually fighting that power with us? They'll quote people and they'll flatter us and they'll pander, but they're not. No, no, no. I've seen too much. I know too much. And we all have. And at a certain point, we have to have courage. And we have to have faith. That's important. Courage and faith. People lose the faith part. They have the courage, but then they feel they feel cynical. I don't have any fear about anything. I've seen too much. I see too much. Why you think certain people left City Hall this summer? Why do you think certain people have left City Hall? Why do you think this administration cannot keep you? Why do you think people are leaving city government? Why do you think a lot of young people, young black men and women and others are leaving city government? Why do you think they're leaving City Hall? Because it's a demoralizing environment. Because there's a lot of things going on in there that y'all don't even know the surface. You only know on this podcast around maybe 10%, but there's so much. And when you hear people like Brandy Anderson, Block, when you hear her talk about it, right? You hear other people sharing their stories. Just know that they are only sharing only so much. Only so much. So it's just so much. It's a lot. Somebody said that police unions are just the political extortion arm of the racist fascist gang. I'm not disagreeing with that. So let's get to Ask Ernest. This has been a show, hasn't it? So one of the things that's been happening is that, and this is from my friend Chris, actually. So it's like a little two-part, two-fold thing. So I was at an event this week. Chris was there, and Chris, and I'm talking about knows who I'm talking about, and he listens. He's a core 500, and I have to put this in perspective. I don't want to tell. Okay, I was in German. I was at an event in Germantown. I'll say that, and y'all kind of know what that is already. So if you listen, that's why you gotta listen to what event were you at in Germantown? You gotta listen to everything, Easter eggs like Taylor Swift do. But I was at an event earlier this past week. This past week I was in Germantown for an event, and I was there with Chris, and it's the same event where I talked about earlier. But I'm not gonna get into who's whatever because that's not the point. So there was somebody who went to my alma mater, went to Penn, and they were across from me. And, Chris introduced me to them. I knew who they were already, but we went to school together, but I didn't really know them that well. But, I seen them and I never had any issues with them or anything like that. But when I saw them in person, I kind of was a little reserved because I had heard they was talking shit. And let me get to what I mean by talking shit. So they worked with another good friend of mine, and they did some other projects and work. And my husband was a part of this project. The person, they all know who I'm talking about. They raised a red flag at, hiring my husband for opportunity because of me. Now, mind you, I was kind of like, well, why would that even be a thing, right? Because this is the gatekeeping shit. Long story short, my husband got the deal, got the contract, everything was fine. But when asked, they said to the person, my friend that was in this conversation with them at the time, because they were also working with them, said, "Oh, I'm not a fan." Like as if they knew me. It's like, we went to school together. I'm not a fan. They said it like that. So when my friend, of course, being the friend they were good for me, they came back to me and said, "Hey, do you know this person?" I was like, they didn't tell me, what was said or whatever. They just asked me. I know. I said, "Oh yeah, I know them. They're a nice person. I've seen them on social and things like that. Like, I think we're friends on Facebook or whatever. Yeah, it's all good. It's cool, whatever." They said, "Oh, really?" I said, "Yeah, I don't really know that well. I mean, I've seen him. It has been good." And so then my friend told me what was said. So I was like, wow, like that's weird. People are weird and fake because I ain't never had a problem with them. I don't know what, maybe they have opinions, but interesting. So I see them at this event in Germantown. They're at the table. And my friend Chris is like trying to be, like, oh, at this table, them, and I'm sitting there and I'm just like, oh yeah. I'm like, and they're all like, oh hey, and they give me a hug. Weird. It's hard to hold. It's really, being pleasant, exchanging pleasantries with a snake is really hard to do. But I was like, this is not my event. I'm here for something else. I'm not gonna make this about me. I'm not gonna show my ass because this is not like, now if this was like a public facing event, like at a Best of Philly or something, it would have been an episode of Real Housewives where you go kind of like, yeah, I see you been talking shit. But I just kept my cool. But in person with them, we're talking. And they try to play like they don't really like know me. Like they know me, but they don't act like they're like, oh, how's life? Like as if they don't know my man, they don't know my friend. Like they just really play off like they don't, like they just in the aloof. So I'm in the conversation. I'm like, oh, it's been good. It's been fabulous. It's been whatever. And then I kind of like, oh, that's good. Whatever, just playing it like real, And I'm filling them out. And I'm just like, how do you, like, again, listen, I've grown, y'all, because, old me would have been, listen, it would have been different. So I said to them in a way, I was like, oh, you know my friend, And like, who? And I told them the friend's name. Like, oh, yeah, I know them. And yeah, I said, yeah, and, my husband worked on that project. And it's like, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm sitting there looking like, and so all this is being said, right? So then they're like, nice. Again, nice. They're super friendly. They're talking to me. But I'm sitting there looking like, you don't even catch how fake you are right now. You start off by being like, how's life? And, it's been a long time or whatever, acting like you don't know what's going on with me, whatever. But the whole time, I'm telling you in your face, cough, cough, cough. And so in my own classy way, without saying the said, I let it be known in many ways. I knew you was talking shit, but I'm better than that. But because I said I was so masterful. I was like, oh, yeah, me and her are referring to my friend, we're very close. We talk about everything. Philly's a very small town. You gotta watch what you say, And I just did it in a certain kind of way, but it was very cute. And I did it a very classy way. Cause they're not worth my energy. They're not worth, everybody's not worth your energy, But I think the message land. So this week's Ask Ernest, I was responding to that because somebody says to me, how do you deal with fake situations? Because people oftentimes will see me at an event or they'll see me in a group photo and you all, I love you all. My followers, y'all be looking out. Y'all be the one. Y'all be by undercover. Y'all be the real, how people say the shade room got the roommates. I don't, fuck them. But I want to call y'all the seniors, y'all my senior staffers. Like we got an imaginary newsroom and y'all the ones who give me tips. And y'all be tipping me. Don't think I don't know. I don't be reading them. I do. Y'all will send me some shit. Y'all come my DMs and be like, how well do you know that person on your right? I'm like, not that well. Well, let me send you something. And y'all are messy. But I love that for y'all. I love that for us because it's not even messy. It's inquisitive. Y'all are acting like journalists in your own. This is our little newsroom. I need my reporters. Y'all my reporters. I need my reporters to report to the DMs. Y'all be sending me tea. Listen, y'all help me do my job very well. We do it together. But you all will send me some things. And I appreciate y'all for that. And like, I can't tell you how many times y'all have helped me dodge bullets where I'll be at an event and I'm taking a picture of something and y'all will tell me something somebody said. And not only will y'all tell me, y'all give me receipts. Y'all will send me screenshots of group chats that people didn't had or send me something and say, that's not your friend. I'm like, oh, I didn't think it was. First of all, and the good thing is it's never been anybody that I consider a bestie or anything like that. So that I will say, let me put that disclaimer out there. But just people in my network, affiliates, associates, stuff like that, y'all will come with me with some real fucking receipts. Y'all will send me emails. Y'all will send me text messages. Y'all will go the fuck. Y'all are willing to put it on the line. And the reason why y'all do that is because we have a code, right? I will never tell people who my sources are. But y'all also know you just can't tell me somebody said it without like giving me receipts. So y'all will come with receipts. And I appreciate y'all for that. I won't name y'all names, but y'all know who y'all are. And a lot of y'all do that. And I appreciate you for it. And so what I tell people is that my Ask Ernest this week, someone's asked me, how do I deal with it or whatever. What I do is I tell people, unless it's something that's really, really, really nefarious, just find a way. In some ways, when you interact with people, don't let these people off the hook. Now, don't be confrontational in certain ways where you making you make a scene, right? Don't cause a scene. But come with ways to let people know that what it is. And if they are a person of integrity, they will say, hey, we should talk. Or in that situation with that, what she could have done, before I even say anything, before anything happened, she could have simply said, hey, it's been a long time talking, hey, we'd love to just catch up with you and just, talk to you and da-da-da-da. Or she could just be honest. I've had people just be frank, honest to me when they see me in person. A person was like, I appreciate it. Some people be like, look, I didn't know that much about you. I used to be friends with one of your ex-friends, or I was friends with this, that, and third. And man, I really read you the wrong way. I really had a different perception of you. And like meeting you in person, I can understand why you are the way you are, why you think the way you think. I can't tell you how many conversations I have like that. And I tell people, I appreciate it, because we all do that. We make mistakes, or we prejudge people. That's life. Like, I don't hold that grudge. There's a lot of people that don't fucking know me, have never had a conversation with me, have never actually talked to me, have never actually had an issue with me, but they'll take on other people's beefs and talk shit about me. And I don't like that. Any person that I got a problem with or an issue or disagree with, baby, they know. They know. I don't do that. I'm not saying you can't have disagreement with people. I can't say you can't have a disagreement with me. But at least be in a position where you can have an open forum or a space to talk to them or have conversation. I'm not talking about elected officials. They're in a special category. I'm not talking about them. But or public figures in that nature. But I'm talking about in general, people, if you're dealing with people in an interfacing public space, if you're going to be talking that much shit about people behind their back, I don't do that. I don't talk shit about people behind their back. Let me be very clear, because there is a difference. Let me say this. Anything that I say about a person in closed doors, I would say in their face. 9 times out of 10, they don't want me to say it to their face. And they don't actually want me to say it in a public space. It's not that I won't say it. I choose peace. Let me be very clear. But some of these folks out here, and y'all know who y'all are, y'all talk shit behind people's back and do shit behind people's back out of fear. If you're afraid to address a person on an issue in their face, then don't fucking say it behind their fucking back. You keep your mouth shut. Now, that's one thing if you having tea time with your best friends or a family member or your spouse. We could all shit talk there. That's a safe space. I don't count that. But if you are talking shit in public spaces and in spaces that are not what I call safe spaces, and I'm talking about real friends and your real ace boon coons, then it's up. Because none of the people are liable to keep that in secret. And a lot of times they don't. And when it come to my fucking desk, because y'all want to be in group chats with 30-something people in group chats and shit like that, and y'all didn't even think to care to realize that, look, every friend I have, I don't broadcast all my friends. And that's why I love sometimes when I go to a birthday party or go to an event or go somewhere and I put my little photo galleries or something, and then people be shook because they'll be like, and they'll go back and tell a person, oh, I didn't know you was cool with Ernest. I didn't know that needed to be said. Why did you? Oh, because you've been talking shit about me to them, and you didn't know that we were cool. And when you was talking that shit, and they was looking at you or whatever, you was shook because you was like, oh shit, yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because my mindset is the way I am. If any of my friends have beef with somebody that I know, I oftentimes try to actually be a peacekeeper. People can document that on a record. I actually try to say, is this a situation where y'all can salvage? Can I sit y'all down? Can we have a grown-up conversation? Can we coexist? Can we do something? I try to bring people together. Some of y'all like to keep the mess going. Y'all like to be robbing Peter to pay Paul. Don't get it. Listen, I'm going to say this on the podcast. I'm going to say that, you know what? I'm going to say this on the podcast. I feel like this is one of them legendary episodes. Y'all, I'm telling a lot of tea. I'm going to tell y'all an example of this. I didn't think I was going to do this today. I didn't think I was going to do this at all. But I'm going to do it because this is a perfect example. Teresa Lundy and I, we've known each other for 10 years. Longer than that, actually. Longer than 10 years, actually. We've known each other since, 12 years, actually. We've had a long time, I don't know, beef, feud, disagreements. We've had disagreements about things, and I don't need to go down the line just of what those things are. There's so many different things. But we've been public about our disagreements. She's have said shit online. I've said shit. It ain't no surprise. I didn't like her. She didn't like me. Whatever, right? And for a long time, I just would not want to be around her because listen, let me be very clear. I had my legit reasons, and she might have had her opinions about me, and we were just petty in certain situations. And some people that I thought were, I won't call friends because none of my friends got in that. My friends were just like, look, we're friends. I'm with you. I'm rocking with you. But people who were, quote unquote, mutual confidants, friends, associates with her, right? There were certain people that would come to me and tell me the shit that she was saying. But what they didn't tell me was that, oh, while you're telling me this shit she's saying, you're cool with her. Y'all besties. You over here amping her up. You over here stirring the pot. And so we started, at a certain point, we got closer just in our networks, our spaces and things like that, where we was in certain places where it was like, okay, something's up. Let's revisit. Let's talk. Right? There's been some time. There's been some things. Let's talk. And what we found out in our conversation was that there were people on both sides that was stirring those pots. People were saying things that I said. And mind you, I said, yeah, I did say that, whatever. But they were stirring those pots. And they were benefiting, playing both of us for different ways. They were definitely mad cool with her. And I was like, child, well, let me tell you what the fuck they said, because I didn't have that conversation by myself. Oh, yes, we sat down. We saw what the fuck. We know what y'all been doing. We know how y'all been playing both sides. And we sat there, we compared notes, and we was like, wow. Now, granted, we had our disagreements, but you know what? We came to an understanding. And we cleared away. And we said, you know what? What I will tell you moving forward, and we made an understanding that if there is a problem, I will talk to you directly. And if there's a problem, you should do the same with me. Whatever it is. But we can move in a respectful way. And that's what we did. And that's what we're doing. Now, I'll give credit. There has been somebody who was trying to be a peacekeeper. I won't name him in this because that'd be too much. But there have been people who will come to me and tell me some shit she say, and will talk some shit about her and blah, 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 blah. Now, mind you, I talk my shit and I wouldn't even go to her. But then I find out that some of you motherfuckers that will come to me, y'all go to her, and y'all will tell us some shit, the shit I said, but y'all will sit and talk shit about me, and y'all will be benefiting off of her services and her connect. Oh, fuck no. So we shut that. We came to understand it. Now, are we going to tell the people that we know that they did that shit? But let me tell you something. Nasty work. Nice try. But that's what I mean about being adults. Be a mature adult. If you're in a space with somebody, have that. If you can. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Okay? Some people, But I just have learned through time, in certain situations, that there are people that will continue to fuel it. I think about what happened with Monica and Brandy. The boy is mine, right? Monica and Brandy had some disagreements, but it was people on both sides of that situation that was fueling that situation. I can't wait for y'all to read her book. Brandy's book coming out. Listen, I may have not read it. It's a really, really good book. I can't wait for y'all to read it, okay? Y'all not ready for Brandy's. Y'all not ready. If y'all thought that Brittany, the woman in me, was something, y'all not ready for Brandy's book, okay? Because this book, this memoir is everything. And so it's untitled right now. Y'all don't know what the title is yet. But that book, the way that she talks about her beefing with Monica, she said, look, they did have some differences. They did have some, okay? There's no denying that. But that people really, really fueled it for entertainment. And I feel like there are people who instigate disagreements I have with other people. And I've learned, at least in some cases, I have learned that if I do have a problem with a person, that's my problem with that person. And I'm not going to let other people egg it on, because some people think that shit is funny. And it's like, no, this is people's real lives, right? Some people, it's just like, it is what it is. But some situations, I'm just kind of like, why did this persist as long as it did? Let's have a conversation. So I just wanted to give y'all that. It's not saying we're besties. Like, I'm not saying we're besties. I'm not saying we're hanging out all the time and none of that. And I think that's on both sides. I don't think that needs to be that. But we do have a working communicative relationship. The pathways of communication are open, and there is no hate or whatever. Like, There's always could be a space for disagreements. That's human, but like we're in a civil space. I'll say that. I'll say that. I truly, I sincerely mean that. So, some of y'all messy girls who listen, you can say, Ernest talked about you. Yeah, you can tell her. I mean, I didn't say anything bad, but like, just again, it's a I think it's a fair thing to say. Now, some people try to benefit off of feuds. I'm not that person. I don't benefit from that kind of separation. I just don't. It's time for everybody to, it's too much going on in the world where there are situations that are real, right? And there's some stuff that I'm like, we're in another decade. It's just it's like a pointless, silly, frivolous feud. It doesn't really, I mean, it's just whatever, and you can do that, and that's life. So I'll leave that there. So movies. Highest to Lowest just came out with Spike Lee and Denzel and ASAP Rocky. Spike Lee directed it. The movie came out. A lot of you all like it. A lot of people said it's not Spike Lee's greatest film of all time. I agree with that. It's better than Chirac. But what I will say is that a movie like that, I think, is just one of those movies where it's got that, like, it's not like Paid in Full. Let me be clear. It's nothing like Paid in Full. But it's like Paid in Full where I feel like the rerun value on it is going to last. ASAP is really good in this. ASAP Rocky is really good. I mean, he's really good. Denzel is Denzel. Jeffrey Wright, I mean, it's a really good cast. It's one of the movies that's like a slow burn. It's not, I don't want to say a slow burn. I would say a mid burn. Like, the beginning of the first act, because I'll say three acts. The first act, you have to pay attention and get familiar with the world that Spike is trying to get you to. And then when you get to the second act, boom, boom, boom. And then you get to the third act, explosions. So it builds. It's not, I don't want to call it a slow burner, because I feel like slow burner films is where it's like the first and the second act is slow, and the third act everything happens. No, it gets a little spicier. But it's a good movie, and it's just good. It's just good. And it's just like, Oscar worthy. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if, I mean, maybe, but every film, I mean, I think, well, see, I was about to say every film doesn't require, it has to be that way, right? You think of like Black Klansman. Oh my God, that was a great film. That was a great Spike Lee film, and it also was Oscar worthy. I don't know. It depends on the Oscar season. If it's a very competitive season, maybe not. But also, I think sometimes you can just enjoy a good film without thinking like that. I mean, maybe most of you all don't think like that. I mean, maybe that's just me because I'm just a thespian, or, I'm a cinephile. But like, I will say though that anytime you have a movie with Spike Lee, Jeffrey Wright, Denzel Washington, I mean, it's like you got Oscar winners. You got 3 Oscar winners attached to this film. I mean, you do expect, or sometimes will have an expectation that it could be something more than what it is. In this case, I don't know. I think there's potential, but if it didn't get any Oscar nominations, if it didn't get into the awards conversation, I wouldn't be shocked. But also, if it did, I also wouldn't be surprised, if that makes sense. But now that it's out and you've seen it, I'm happy about it. Now, people talk about the marketing of this. There's been a lot of debate about the marketing. Like a lot of people are like, this kind of hit them left, right? Like, it was not a lot of buzz talked about it. I think that this movie is having what I call an afterglow marketing. Now, this is marketing terminology, so I didn't invent this term. But afterglow is that I think that, first of all, movie budgets, especially Black films, indie films, stuff like that, these movies don't have these big ass, ginormous like Marvel film budgets where you could do a lot of marketing before the film comes out, pre-marketing, and then during marketing, post-marketing. So a lot of times, with these movies like A24, these types of indie film type films, they are very mindful of like where they spend their money. Some people might say, look, put all the money in the pre-marketing because you want to get the folks out there. But then sometimes certain movies are marketed in a way where you say, look, we're going to do a slow burn. We're going to promote the movie, and then we're going to build up the marketing for the film more and more and more afterwards. We're going to invest heavily in the glow afterwards. And so I think of the movie Encanto, that was a slow burn film. Like, the marketing for the film at first, it was okay. But it was a slow burn where, okay, we don't talk about Bruno when that song popped off, then it just took that movie to another level. Like Enchanted, like it was just like another experience. But that was savvy on Disney's part. I think about Freaky Friday. Now, Freaky Friday is a little bit more traditional where they did a lot of pre-marketing up front. Like they was promoting this movie for months in advance to get the hype and anticipation. Post-marketing has been strong too, but they had to do the build to get the sale. I think with this movie, they're not expecting to be a blockbuster hit. They never thought to be one. And I don't think this movie isn't built that way. So then what is the value of the marketing post the film coming out? The afterglow becomes, okay, people watch the movie and then word of mouth carries, the reviews carry, right? And then what happens is that this type of movie will get more bang when it gets into direct to video or video on demand, a VOD. So you got video on demand where everybody's going to then, it's going to be that type of movie that once it's ready, like a lot of people may not go to the movies to see this, right? I can see that. But this is definitely the type of movie where if it's on Amazon Prime or it's available on Amazon Prime or, Netflix or something like that, everybody's going to eat this up. It's going to rank high because one, that's just the investment place, right? So I think about a certain film that really hits this. Oh, I got a good example. Tar. Oh, Tar with Cate Blanchett. I saw Tar before it came. I had an advanced screening to see it. I'm a Cate Blanchett fan. I saw that trailer. I said, oh, this is going to be fire, right? Everybody else was like, oh, I don't know much about it. I don't know much about it. But then when the Oscar buzz came and the Oscar race talk came and the reviews were coming and everyone's like, oh my gosh, she's so great in this film, a lot of the video on demand, the VOD attention for Tar took off, where it became a bigger film and a bigger movie based after its release, and it took on a life of its own. Another good example, the best example in modern history that I think that no one talks about is Everything Everywhere All at Once. People forget that movie came out in a non-Oscar season year. So when Oscar movies come out, they typically come out in the fall. So this coming out in August is interesting, but normally an Oscar baity film, because this is going to come out Apple like in September. So like to be clear, this movie highest to lowest, right? That's the Denzel Washington film, highest to lowest. This is going to come out Apple movies. So this is going to come out Apple movies, I believe, like September-ish. So right now it's in theaters, but it's going to come out later on Apple movies, Apple Film or whatever in September. So if you haven't got a movie ticket, you might be holding off for Apple Films. Once it comes out there and everybody can stream it and watch it on their own platforms, I believe it's going to have its own momentum. And I think that is when a lot of the marketing, that afterglow is going to hit that marketing. And then potentially could be an Oscar campaign. They're going to save the money for the Oscar campaign because that's going to go from September on Apple getting the buzz. And then October there's going to be the buzz. And the next thing you know, Golden Globe nominations are going to be like, December? That's how I think it's going to happen for this film. If it really lands, right? Right now, the cinephiles and super movie fans are watching it. But once it gets to Apple Film, the marketing is going to ramp up and then everybody's going to be telling people to stream it and watch it. That's what happened with Tar, I feel like. But Everything Everywhere All at Once, that movie came out not in the Oscars year. It came out in the spring of its year. And I remember everybody, it wasn't much buzz. I mean, people talked about it. It was like, it was a good movie. But no one really considered it for Oscar and didn't talk about it. And then around Oscar season, they decided to reshare it. Like they put it back out in theaters. I think it got on some streaming or something, but then it kept getting more buzz. And then it kept picking up. And then by the time we got to October and fall, they re-released it and all that. The Oscar season was there. The talk was around town that Michelle Yeoh's performance was crazy, that Jamie Lee Curtis was in this film, and that this Stephanie Wu, everybody was like, we got to go watch this. And that took a life of its own, and it became this big phenomenon. But that marketing, they didn't do too much marketing when it first came out in the spring. The marketing budget really came in the afterglow after it first came out, and then it took a life of its own. So I think Highest to Lowest might be doing that. I think other film people might try that method, especially with the more indie or niche films as well. So just some fun fact. Now let's get into music. Before I talk about Taylor Swift, I need y'all to wrap up this Tyler discourse. I'm bored. I'm tired of it. And if y'all know what I'm talking about Tyler, the Afrobeats artist, the R&B pop global, global sensation. I say that sarcastically. Her recent EP, which wasn't an album, so like 4,000, 5,000 the opening week or whatever recently. And so it's gotten a lot of buzz about how those sales were low, despite the fact that she's been everywhere, everything, everywhere, all at once, you know? I like that. I like that title. That's a really good title. But just, the fact that, she's been so oversaturated. Like, I mean, the way that people had talked about Tyler, they thought that she was going to be the next Rihanna. They thought that she was going to be the next big pop girl as far as a black artist. I remember at one point in time, there was a conversation of Chloe or her, Normani, and then they thought she did the better thing because, she ended up winning a Grammy, for Water, which was like a big smash hit, and she got those nominations and all that. So people thought she was about to be the next big thing. And what's funny was I saw her at the Grammys. I didn't even take a picture with her. I don't know. I didn't take a picture with her. But she was just up and down the Grammys the whole time. I mean, the campaign was heavy for her. But she just seems like a very industry artist. So I say all this to say people have tried to overthink and overhype why that wasn't the case. They want to say, oh, she's anti-black. She's this. Her conversations about being colored and da-da-da. I'm like, y'all, stop it. Stop it. Cut it out. That's not what it is. The issue with Tyler is, to be honest, and I'm never going to have this. I mean, I don't plan to, but I don't plan to talk about this anymore because I just find it lazy. A lot of these lazy ass takes. It's not that, because there's a lot of people who have said problematic shit or shit that didn't land. That's not the reason why. Y'all not that woke to make a decision to boycott artists based on something they say stupid, because you're still going to Chris Brown concerts. You still support Trey Songz. Shut the fuck up. You don't care. You don't care. You don't care. You don't care. You don't, okay? So to act like her having this conversation on The Breakfast Club a year ago is why people are not fans of her. Shut up. That's not true. Knock it off, okay? There's no moral high ground here. Seriously, there's not. I stopped listening to Tyler's music and being a super fan because I saw her say that colored comment. Said no one ever. The issue with Tyler is that she's oversaturated. She has talent, but I think that too much of her music sounds the same. I think that they don't really know what to do with her. Like, is she Afrobeat still, or is she going in a more pop direction? I don't think the look and the music is not matching. They really overinflated her in a way that I think is why she has the problem she has now. Whereas there's certain artists, right, that are indie or new, right? And we don't pump them up or compare them too much. You know who I really admire? Coco Jones. I know y'all don't go up for her enough. I like her. I think the way that Coco Jones' career is, she's won a Grammy. I love the rise. I love the build. I love it. She's just doing it right, and she's doing it with a nice build up. And I think that that's sustainability, right? She does shows. She does shows at venues. She has had a tour. She knows her venue. She knows her places, and people are buying tickets to see her. And she's not trying to be more than what she is. I love that about her. I think about. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at her. I would say Victoria Monet, but I think Victoria Monet is a little different because, I mean, I like her career. I think it's great. But I think we got to give Victoria credit that she had already been building this up as a songwriter, and she's been vouched for. But even in her own decision to go solo, she has built that up. And I mean, she's a multi-Grammy, she's won multiple Grammys. I mean, she's just great too. Like, Victoria has had I love those two. Those two did it. Tyler, we'll call her a global sensation. That's a little too much. Yes, her song Water was a nice hit. The hit was a global sensation. She's not a global sensation. Her first album, people liked it. There was some good, decent reviews. But like, it didn't carry her another hit off of that. She hasn't really done much since, in a way. I mean, she's been dropping singles, but they haven't landed in the same way that Water did. And so it's giving one hit wonder. And I also think that also we got to remember this too. Streaming has fucked up the inflation of an artist's value in this day and age. Unless you was out before the streaming era, like Gaga, Beyonce, I'll even say Katy Perry, but she ain't there yet anymore. But Taylor Swift, Adele, Bruno Mars, Justin Bieber, right? these are artists that, Nicki Minaj, I'll give her that too. But these are artists that were out before streaming. They were around streaming, but they were out before streaming like dominated the entire, album ecosystem, right? And so the problem with the current artists we have now is that this is what we got to be honest about, right? Is that streaming can be manipulated. And so how a song gets played on the radio is one thing, but how a song streams and get on playlists is another. TikTok hype, influencer hype, they're paying the influencers to play their songs and then make their songs trend. And so that type of hype does well with visibility, right? Visibility and marketing and endorsements, right? We're making a new crop of musical influencers, right? But actual entertainers and bona fide performers, we are not doing that in this era because they rely too much on streams to determine it. Like Taylor Swift, right? Yes, streaming has inflated her sales. But Taylor Swift, I'm convinced she's that girl right now in pop music where no matter what she do, she can sell. She got the girls buying vinyl records again. She got the girls buying cassettes and CDs. And all of those things individually can go platinum and go gold in their own right off of physical. She can still sell physical units. I mean, the tours and the tickets alone, right? Whereas Drake might be a streaming success, but Drake also has, again, he was before the streaming era, a fan base that can follow him to pack up those arenas. The Weeknd, the same. Kendrick Lamar, the same. J. Cole, the same. Like all of them were before that. Now, I'm not saying they were before streaming. I'm just saying that they were in an era where these people built followings. They got on tours. They did pushed mixtapes. They did this. They sold physical albums. They sold other shit. And yes, streaming was a part of that, but they got good streaming because they already had a fan base that was invested in them before that grew. These artists coming up now, they don't have an actual fan base that is not on TikTok or not on streaming. So if the only way that you can measure your fans is through streams and through TikToks and shit like that, baby, you're in for a rude awakening because that does not translate to ticket sales. That does not translate to actual album sales. That does not even translate to fans actually streaming the whole album because some people might have liked that song, but that one song is not enough to get me to listen to 12 of your other songs. So we're in an interesting era now where I think that's what happened to Tyler. The Water song was cool. They put hundreds of thousands of dollars to push that fucking song on radio. Like that budget was crazy. And I think they thought that once they got that was going to translate to the album success and the EPs and everything in between. It did not. So that's why Tyler is not where she is. And I mean, yes, her personality doesn't help a little bit, but she ain't no different from a lot of these girls. So I don't even want to I'm not even going to put that on her because, listen, okay, Chappell Roan, her personality is annoying as fuck. But Chappell Roan, just like Charlie XCX, built a loyal following organically, have a niche market, have a certain type of following, and that's how they built their fandom. You know, I saw something that somebody shared to me, and I thought this was really good. It was a really good point, and I think a lot of people don't talk about it enough. Because this is very important, you know? And I saw this online, but they was making a metaphor about how they describe certain types of celebrities, and I thought this was a really good example because a lot of artists out don't follow this same metric. They just don't. They just have no, everybody wants to be mainstream. Everybody wants to go MTV. Well, I can't even say because MTV, we'll talk about that. But, nobody wants to just have a base of anything, They want to have an international following. Baby, do you have a local following? Do you even have a regional following, I just, it's just weird to me. So one of the things that I saw online was that there's a certain tier of artists, right? And they talked about it with businesses. So you got publicly traded artists. So you got Beyonce. I think they was like, so they were like public, it was like publicly traded versus private equity, right? So you have public traded artists that, you know, that everybody can consume, you know, and these people are people that everybody can invest on. So like if you think about a publicly listed company, it's a company whose ownership is organized with stocks and is intended to be freely traded on the stock exchange or whatever. Taylor Swift and Beyonce is that way. Their fandom and their ability, everybody has an investment in it. They sell multiple products. They have this level of engagement where all their stuff is out there and it's open for public consumption on a global scale or whatever. So artists like Rihanna, Drake, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, those are publicly traded companies. Then you have, you know, I would say, a private, like a private equity, company where you have, those are like niches, right? So I would say a equity company would be like you, because I'm thinking about this now. So this is like, you know, you have somebody, you're like a private company, right? But there is people that's making an investment in you with financial backings. They're fiscally sponsoring you. There's private companies in acquiring existing businesses. So, you know, so it's like a company goes, like when a company goes private equity, it's like the institutions, wealth individuals make an investment and ownership into a company, and the ownership is no longer transacted freely on a public exchange. So like basically these are like your favorite startups. So this is like a startup, a hot startup before it becomes privately traded. So like a startup is like, I would say an artist like Sabrina Carpenter. I would say, ooh, I might be a little too nice. I'm gonna say Chloe, right? Um, I would say Sabrina Carpenter, Chloe, Gracie Abrams, for those girls who like Gracie Abrams. Do I want to say Olivia Rodrigo? Maybe. Yeah, I say her. Billie Eilish Billie Eilish might be now public. But when Billie Eilish first started, I would say that. Like when Billie Eilish first started, I would say that. But Gracie Abrams, definitely, I would say Sabrina Carpenter, totally, right? So these are individuals that are hot startups. They're not global just yet. They got some potential. They're a hot startup that everybody's liking right now. Everybody's got them, but they're not fully ready to be publicly traded yet. They're not there yet, but they got potential. And then you have what I call the niche private company. Like they're an LLC, they're only for them and for them only, they're only serving, right? I would say Chappell Roan and Charlie XCX is that. They don't want to be global. They don't really want to be like super mainstream. They have people who like them. There are people who like them. They do create things that people can enjoy, but they don't want to be like for everybody. They're not trying to be for everybody. They have a niche audience and they don't want to have the mainstream them, okay? They don't have those aspirations. They don't want to be Beyonce. They don't want to be Sabrina Carpenter. They don't even want to be up for sale. They don't want to compromise certain things about themselves to be more palpable. They are who they are, and that's that. So a good person who I believe went through all of these experiences was Gaga. Lady Gaga is a textbook example. When Gaga first started on the MySpace scene, okay, for those who remember MySpace, Gaga was very niche. Okay, it was a very like New York East Coast gays and allies. They liked her. They was into that music. And then when she dropped like Just Dance, there was a sense of her that was like, okay, this is, when she dropped that, then she dropped the Fame album. Then there was like, okay, this is private equity. It looks like she wants to be privately sold. There's some people investing in her, some good producers. And it looks like she kind of wants to mainstream them a little bit, right? Then I would say with Born This Way and Bad Romance, really bad romance. But really what she got to take the Born This Way, That girl was like, I'm public traded. I want to Best Buy bundle albums. I want it all. That's when she became publicly traded. So she went through all the cycles. I don't know if there may be other artists that might go that way, but not all of them do. So I just wanted to say that. So now that we're off of Tyler and we're moving on, I want to talk about Taylor Swift's major return. Yes, The Life of a Showgirl, her 12th studio album with 12 tracks, is dropping on October 3rd. I did listen to the over 15 something million people that the New Heights podcast, where she was on there with her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, and Jason Kelce, was the lead moderator. They broke records. It's probably the most listened to episode of all time on New Heights. I think the last time I looked, it was over like 17 million views and counting. Yeah, that's where she decided to drop this. I am a Taylor Swift fan. I think Swiftie might be a little too much. Maybe I am. I don't like that. I don't like the word Swiftie. I don't like it, but might be that. Not blind in allegiance to her, but I do enjoy her music more often than not at this point. I did not like the last album. I did say that. Life of a Showgirl, who knows how I'm going to feel about that. I'm curious. She has a feature on the song with Sabrina Carpenter. So that's what I mean by the investment. She's a private equity girl because Taylor Swift, by putting Sabrina Carpenter on her album, that kind of investment is serious. Like the way that Beyonce invested in Chloe and Hailey, that's a thing, right? So just saying, there might be a connection there, right? Investing, right, in these artists. So so back to this announcement. So I listened to all 2 hours of this podcast episode. I'll talk about the good before I get to the bad. So the good things. I thought that it was entertaining for most of the part. I think this is the first time Taylor Swift has ever given a full-fledged interview, and it makes me miss how powerful a celebrity interview is if it's done right. And so she seemed very comfortable. And she definitely shared some things, and it was good to just hear her. I realized I hadn't ever heard her speak that long before. Like most of her interviews are never that long, and so it was really great to just like observe her, just see her talk and discuss things. Her and Travis making their big debut. I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing. It's like, the grift is in. Of course, they're going to sensationalize the grift is. But no, I think that was cool. They were talking. I think that I just think as a person that likes music, I really loved how she discussed her tours and music stuff. Like as a music fan, when I like artists, I do find that to be interesting. When they talk about the tours, the music and stuff. And Taylor's like really invested in that kind of stuff. I just love artists that are like, I love that kind of stuff. So that was very, very good. I really enjoyed that stuff. I like that she was very comfortable. I like that she is very transparent about her process about this album. I felt like as a music listener and as a fan, it was really good that she was very clear. Like she's like, look, this is it. These 12 songs, this is it. She's also working with Max Martin and Shellback, which if anybody who is in the fandom, Max Martin is a pop king. Okay, Max Martin has given us great hits. He's the one who made the hits that we like from Katy Perry. He's behind that. He gave us "Oops, I Did It Again." Hit Me, Baby, One More Time" by Britney. Like Max Martin, he's an icon. Okay, he's like the producer of producers, and she's worked with him in the past. And there was a while where she did not. And Shellback, she hadn't worked with him for a minute because she was in her Jack Antonoff era. But she seems to there's no Jack Antonoff on this album, and I am so happy for that. I'm happy that look, Jack Antonoff has given her many Grammys, and I am not going to take that from him. But I feel like I think I said this the last album. I'm just tired of this whole every time you do an album, girl, you always with Jack Antonoff. Like it's like, can you let him go? And so she's let him go, and I love that for her. So to work back with Shellback, who's also a great producer, who worked with her during the 1989 era, this album is meant to have bangers. I love that. I love hearing about that. This is a pop album. This is her having fun. She sounds excited. The energy is there. The photo shoot, all of that spells bangers. And we love this because, the whole essay diary, talking about relationships, I am just so happy that she is back on her pop grind full throttle. So that was good to hear and see. Other good things. I'm happy that she really seemed engaged. Like she really was like talking and like really explaining shit. Like, I think sometimes some of these interviews, people are just very, very close to the chest. I did feel like she did open up and did share some things and things like that. And then lastly, I will say before I get to the bad or whatever, or what reasons, I'll say some more good things because I not just about her, but about the interview. I think she's doing the Super Bowl. I think she's doing the Super Bowl. I think she's doing the Super Bowl. I think that now that she's got this album, she's doing the Super Bowl. And also, fun fact, the album's coming October 3rd, which is after Grammy eligibility. So this means that when Beyonce drops Act 3 soon, Beyonce and Taylor will be duking it again, Best Album of the Year category. But fun fact, now that she's not dropping it now, Album of the Year, all of that will not be in constituency. So I don't really know now because we got Taylor, we're close to eligibility period, which is in late September. So now I don't know what albums are coming. A lot of people are trying to drop albums though. Doja Cat just announced she's dropping an album late September. I don't know, it's a lot of people dropping albums and everybody's got an album coming out very soon. But I really don't know. I think that Cardi B still, if this album really, really lands good, she might have a good chance. Clearly Gaga is going to do a big one, but it's the verdict is still out who will get it because it hasn't been. Will GNX by Kendrick take it anyway? I don't know, but it's been a very quiet year, and I think the only person that is giving me front row, real front status is Gaga, but we don't know. We just got to see how it plays out. I forget Sabrina Carpenter is dropping her new album out too very, very soon. So that's coming very, very soon. I think it's actually this Friday. So Sabrina Carpenter is coming. So maybe that will be, if that album really does well, that might actually be taking up the front leader's seat because it's just not been that many. I don't know. The girls have not really put out that much music this year. Maybe Justin Bieber. That album kind of feel like it kind of came and went. I feel like I don't know. But people did like it that he was returning back to music. So will Justin Bieber give us something? Will Justin Bieber be in the Grammy conversation? I don't know. But that's good to know that she, and that album was called Swag, which is hilarious. But it's good to know that there are people putting out stuff and having those conversations. That is refreshing and it's all right. Thinking about good things. But yeah, I think she is doing the Super Bowl. I think she has something to push. I think that's a way to give this album its own unique experience. What has she not done at this point is a Super Bowl. And a lot of signs and Easter eggs is pointing to that. On the podcast, she kept talking about sourdough. And I was like, why you keep talking about sourdough? I was making bread. I don't believe she was making bread, y'all. I think that's just a reference to sourdough Tom or something like that. There's an Easter egg there, and he's the mascot for where the game is going to play. There's the number 40. There's something going on there with 47 or something. She kept talking about 47 seconds and how that connects. So, and where the Super Bowl is going to be this year, there's a lot of connections there with the sourdough reference. And like I said, sourdough Tom, and then 47. And I think all of this is playing into that venue where the Super Bowl is going to be. So that's her Easter egg. She's performing Super Bowl, y'all. That's what we're getting ready for. And of course, that album will be hot enough that she can push them new songs and really blow up and make the Eras Tour special. Because it's almost like she was not going to do the Super Bowl during the Eras Tour because all that music, what would she do? But what could she do? She could also drop the next tour at that Super Bowl and drive up that traffic and sell those sales. So I think that's what she's doing here. I think I caught it, y'all. I think that's what's happening. But we'll see, right? Because Taylor Swift can fool us all over again. But she said this time she's not doing any new albums. And I believe her. She recorded this album while she was on tour in Sweden and stuff because, Max Martin and Shellback is Swedish. So I think she went down there and recorded it. But it's only 12 songs. That's all we're getting. I like that. I like the nicheness of that. So, yeah, we'll see what it's giving. But, I like it. Now, the things I did. Oh, and last but not least. Shout out to Jason Kels. I thought Jason Kels was a great interviewer. I like that he was actually informed. I like that he was actually trying to do an interview, and we'll get to the other person in a minute. But I really liked how he was really trying to do the interview. And I thought he was really thoughtful and engaged and entertaining. And I really enjoyed him. I think he's one of my favorite parts of the interview outside of Taylor Swift. Now, what I did not like, what was annoying to me, Travis Kelce. I've never really paid much attention to him. But I know, I don't know if I told y'all this, but his team is two black men who was image consultants. And they're the reason why he has his cut the way he do and the way he dress he do. But there was a lot of that kind of I mean, he's white, but there was a little bit of that like white broy swaggy type urban. I was a little like it was a little cringy. But I mean, at least he's. So I will just say that was a little annoying. It was very clear, like that. I mean, they like each other. It's clear they have chemistry. I will just say I can see why Homegirl is not like really trying to get engaged and get married to him so quickly. I'll just say that. Also, he's obviously he's dating the best thing in his life. I don't want to say that this is not the best guy that Taylor Swift can get. I just feel like she's really smart, and I just feel like there are times where there was just this, I don't know, like we were just clapping for mediocrity, like white male mediocrity. He's not a horrible guy, but like the whole like vocabulary thing got on my nerves where, oh, he's using the big word and look, you taught me that, babe. I see, I know. And I'm just like, oh, no, girl. Like, oh. I, I don't, I was not, that was just so cringy for me. I just was not crazy about that. I mean, people thought they were so cute together and it's that. But I'm like, these are grown ass adults in their mid 30s, y'all. Like, if they were like in their early 20s and it was on that type of time, I could be like, this is cute. But something about this just felt too teeny body for me. I'm like, these are grown ass people. Like, y'all, they're older than like Taylor Swift is old. She was born in 1989. But like, I'm like, Travis Kelce is 35. He'll be 36. He's a Libra, October 5th. He is a Libra. But like, I'm sitting here like, and then Jason Kelce is 37. He'll be 38 in November. First of all, what? Listen, I did not know Jason Kelce was that young. I'm going to be quiet. But like, Travis Kelce, he was born in 1989 like Taylor Swift. So there's like that little connection between them. She's going to turn 36 in December. He's going to turn 36 in October. So they got this cool little thing connected to them. But I'm like, I'm just like, he's just so, I mean, just the pandering of everything. Like the pandering. Um, it's just, mm, I don't know. And then also the whole football fan thing that was going on in the conversation. I don't know. I'm going to say this. It's like there was a part of me that felt like Taylor Swift was being a little pick me on the podcast. Like, girl, you don't got nothing, you don't have anything to prove to anybody, girl. If you don't go to a football game, who gives a I just feel like there's a sense where girls like dumb themselves down or they have to play like mama, smart mommy and dad, like little bear. Like there's something about that dynamic that just was just like, I just feel like that's what I saw a lot of girls do in college or like in high school. And I just felt like y'all are we're too old for that. We're not old heads, but we're just like, I just felt like, I don't know. And I just feel like y'all, like some of the fans, which I'm not even trying to compare them because there's no comparison, but y'all just let a lot of people, y'all let that shit be mediocre. Because if Beyonce did that, and I know that Beyonce's older, but like, I just feel like we let a lot of white celebrities just be super mediocre. Just, I don't know. That was just like he clearly is a fan of her and it's cute and he is trying, but it's just like, I don't know. I just feel like she could do better. I don't know. I don't know. I just felt like I look at Sierra Russell Wilson. Like Russell Wilson is reading the books, honey. Russell Wilson is really looking into himself. And I just feel like Travis just plays mediocre. Like he just plays like guy who doesn't know anything. Like I thought there was one part where they were talking about like knowing about Hamlet and how, Taylor is teaching them these things. You know what the fuck There was and those who watched the interview, like, no, there was a part where he brought up Hamlet, how he knows about Hamlet because of her, and how, Lion King is inspired by Hamlet. I'm like, no shit, Sherlock. And then Jason, like, was it Jason Kelce? Jason Kelce was like, oh, I didn't know. I'm like, oh my. And these people have more influence and money than many of us, y'all. And it's just like, there's $1 billion on that. I'm just sitting like, Taylor, this what you want? Is this? I don't know. I don't. If you like it, you love it, girl. I get it. Okay, I guess I get it. But we're just in this era where anti-intellectualism and things like everything's a big word. Like, is it a big word? I cannot. But the straights, that's what y'all like. That's what the straights like. Could y'all imagine if I wasn't with Mr. Johnson? Like, imagine if I dated, like, I see this gonna be messy, but whatever. Like, what if? Well, he's too young. I can't count him. Like, what if I dated Frank Ocean? What if I dated Frank Ocean? You know, like, what if I was in a relationship with Frank Ocean? Like, that would be, like, like, Frank Ocean's 37. He'll be 38 in October. First of all, he's a Scorpio, so we would never be. But, like, what if I dated Frank Ocean? Like, y'all would look at me and go, well, some of y'all would think that's cute, but no. Some of y'all would, he's 6'1". You ever think he's short? He is not. But, like, if I dated Frank Ocean, if that was my future, like, y'all would be like, Ernest. Or like Tyler, the Creator. Like, if I dated Tyler, the Creator, y'all would be like, Ernest. Like, you would just be like, and I wouldn't be, and y'all wouldn't be mad at, and I wouldn't be mad at. But, like, there's just certain, see, that's my thing. I don't judge relationships by money. I judge money by emotional capacity, intellectual depth. Some of y'all faves don't have that. And sometimes that's why these relationships don't work in Hollywood. They don't. They don't. They really don't. And some of that's the problem. You know? Some of that's the problem. Because y'all are basing these relationships on things that may not be necessarily the best. But I'm gonna let that seep in, okay? We just can't be out here settling for everything and everybody. But I digress. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah, overall, and also let me say this too. Now, I don't know what the sourdough means, but white people, like I said, let me let white people be white. So a lot of my black friends, my brethrens and sisterin, they said, Ernest, it was so white. Like they was talking about sourdough bread. Blah, 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 blah. Let me black explain this. I have been around enough good white people, not all good, but I've been around some decent white people. Baking bread is like their thing, okay? And I'm not talking cornbread, y'all. There is an obsession they have with baking bread, like, and not like rolls, y'all, like actual bread. Like they have an obsession with that. And the thing about it is that they are into it like that. And the way they debated the bread, you know what it reminded me of is when we as black folks debate the whole, how do you want your grits? Like, is grits with sugar or is with salt and pepper or butter? Like, how do you do it? Okay, I'm going to say something and some people may disagree. I just feel like grits should be salt and pepper. It is a grain. It is in the rice family. Should complement a meaty protein, and it should be served that way. Grits with sugar, I'm not going to crucify you for it, but it better not be on my shit. And quite frankly, I just feel like there is a thing called matzo meal. I think it's called cream of wheat. Like, that's what that is. And if that's what you want, you can go get that, okay? But I'm not going to eat grits with sugar and try to make that a thing. Like, that's not my thing. Like, that's what cream of wheat is for, okay? That's what that is for. Like, when I eat grits, I'm putting grits next to a protein. I'm putting it next to, I want shrimp on top, or I want some sausage, or I want some bacon or something. We're going to put some cheddar on it, okay? That's how we're going to do it. We're going to have it with some butter. We're going to make it buttery. We're going to make it nice, and it's going to be really good with a protein because it's a grain. That's how I eat my grits. But other people will have different conversations. But that's how, black folks talk like this. What they were doing with that sourdough, that is the white way of doing that. They were having a whole debate about how much it should rise in bread. And I was like, this is Caucasian talk, and it's Caucasian for me. I'm going to listen because I'm newsy, or as the Philly girl say, I'm nosy. So I'm like, what are the Caucasians talking about today? But that was the most whitest thing. I was like, are you ready for it? Like, what? But you know what? I'm in their world. And so I can appreciate that, the fact that they're white, and that with Travis Kelce not trying to be like somebody's hood star sometimes, like that, he's a little cringy with his jargon. But Jason is so white, and he's into his whiteness. Taylor Swift is white, and that's the one thing I give her credit for. Taylor Swift has never not tried to be white, and I will give her that. Be white in your white girl fantasy. I don't, you know what? I could give her that. Travis be trying to be a lot of things for a lot of people. And that little swing, that little twang. But see, that's how them white girls like that, though. Because Taylor will never get with a black man. I don't, listen, she's not doing it. And she could, though. Because there's some black men, unfortunately, there's some black men that will date her. And she does not play into that. Now, she might have a crush on some, but she don't play that. And I will say she stays in her lane. And that's what keeps her from not looking problematic and fetishy and all those things. She just does not do all of that. And I can acknowledge her for that. But that Travis Kelce. Interesting character. But yeah, the podcast overall was fine, and it was a moment for the culture. And to the people that want to sit up here and spend all this time trying to make her be something she's not, can y'all leave her? Like, listen, she's not that person, and she never has been, and she never will be. And you know what? All this white supremacy talking this shit I've been saying. This woman endorsed Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. She has made it very clear where she is politically. She has actively fundraised against Republicans in states like Tennessee. She has supported reproductive rights. She has supported marriage equality, and not only supported, but put money behind it. Every time she comes to her town, she gives more money than your city council officials to food pantries and homeless people. She is union supportive. She pays her people a beautiful wage and gives them bonuses. That girl is not that. You could talk about her being a billionaire, how problematic it is. You could talk about her environmental stuff with the jets. Cool, fair. But y'all, be correct, right? And be correct, right? And maybe her fans are fucking problematic, and maybe that's a real thing to talk about, right? But sometimes I do think some of this discourse, I'm just like, even if it is or whatever, she's not the one pushing policy that's fascist policy, okay? We could all just not buy her albums and then she'll just go away. We've taken a lot, we've deplatformed white celebrities and artists before. One moment they hot, one moment they not. How you doing, Justin Timberlake? Like, we've done that before with them. Let's bring that energy to elected officials with power. Let's do that with state reps, state senators, Congress people. Let's do that there. Let's spend most of our resources and energy holding them accountable. That's what I love about my podcast, y'all. Because if you look at my podcast every fucking week, I do not keep my foot off of their necks, locally and nationally. Yeah, we're going to talk about celebrities and silly shit, but we also got to keep our minds focused. I feel like too many of y'all having too many over-intellectual conversations about celebrities. All this discourse about Tyler and anti-blackness, who gives a fuck? Can we focus and make the main thing the main thing? And some of y'all will say, well, Ernest, you can walk and shoot gum at the same time. Not the pose you all are not. Clearly not. Clearly not. Clearly, y'all are not voting and also talking shit. Some of y'all are spending so much time talking about the Kendrick beef and all this other shit, and you were not voting. And you were not doing the other things. Okay? If I ask you who your state rep is, go. Who's your state rep? Go. Who's your state senator? Go. I do it now. That's what I do now. That's my new fun fact. If I see you in the street and you want to talk about a celebrity shit, I'm going to say, who's your state rep? Go. Since y'all want to do that shit. Who's your state senator? Right? My state rep is Rick Kuzewski. My state senator is Vincent Hughes. My former state rep used to be Almond Brown, and I used to love Williams, and I'm still a Williams kid. Name them. If you can't tell me right now who your state rep or state senator is, and your city council person in your district is, and matter of fact, tell me what district number you're in. If you can't do that, we ain't talking about, you don't have time to talk to me about the celebrity beefs and what Taylor Swift not doing. You know why? Because Taylor Swift votes, and Taylor Swift invests in her state and local legislators, and she is actively trying to work to get Republicans out in her state. Not Pennsylvania, but Tennessee. So please, with all due respect, if anything, do that. That is a new quiz. I'm going to start doing it to people. They start saying, Beyonce not doing enough. Who's your state rep? Go. Who's your state senator? Go. Do it, y'all. When y'all in these barbershops and people talking shit, do that. I do it all the time. And it's funny. I had one dude be like, you mean U.S. senator? No. State senator. He didn't even know that there was a state senate and he was in his 40s. I'm not judging. That was the time to learn. I said, brother, you got all this mouth about Kendrick Lamar. I need you to stop talking about Kendrick right now, about what Kendrick doing in the community. I need you to know what the person that you elected or who's in your community doing for your community. We keep talking about Will Smith ain't doing nothing to blah, 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 and with it. Is your state senator doing enough? I'm just saying, we got priorities, people. Because these people are not in legislation fucking up my rights. Gay rights is on the table. All this shit's on the table. I ain't worried about the people that's going to fuck up that. Beyonce can't do that. Taylor Swift can't do that. Yes, they can use their platforms and blah, 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 blah. Who is your state senator, though? Who is your state rep, though? Because if you can't tell me that, we already fucked. And that's why we've been fucked. Playtime is over. Get in the polls. What they say, get in the field, get in the booth, put it in the booth, put it in the polls, put it in the streets, roll up to a town hall, something, shit. So, just want to say that. This has been a fun episode. I'm having fun. Are you having fun? I'm having fun. It's been an episode. This is iconic. So, with TV, next week, or this upcoming week, actually, August 22nd, the Jussie Smollett documentary is coming out. This is the one. Everybody's been talking about it. You know, the street's been talking about this podcast. I mean, this not podcast. This documentary. It's on Netflix. It's streaming on August 22nd, and it includes an interview with him. And this is gonna be like his first interview he's done like on a big platform, like on a camera or whatever about it. It's called The Truth About Jussie Smollett. It's a question mark. They put a question mark. The show, it's called The Truth About Jussie Smollett, but it's a question mark. That's crazy. The people who put this documentary together also has worked on some other major documentaries. I have been trying to get my hands on it. I have not been able to. They've been really keeping this close to the chest. There's been like no media previews to let anybody get a sneak peek. It's like no one wants to leak it out. I don't know who's been able to see it because normally I'd be able to get a little media, a little something. You know, I normally would get a preview like normal, but no, they've been really like quiet about this documentary. And so some of the narratives have been is that they've been hyping it up to say, well, maybe his documentary, maybe they're just like saying maybe, you know, there'll be some new information. And so a good example, the director, his name is Gavin Rahil, and Raw is the production company behind it. So they're behind the Netflix hits Don't Fuck with Cats, Hunting an Internet Killer, and also the iconic Tinder Swindler. So those are the people that's behind his documentary. So there's going to be eyes on this. A lot of people are going to talk about it. I am going to reserve my thoughts. I'm trying to reserve my thoughts about it. So I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about what I want to say about Jussie Smollett. A lot of you all who might be new to the podcast or have not heard in many years, y'all know I have a Jussie Smollett story, right? I'm going to share that Jussie Smollett story next week. And I'm going to also watch this documentary before I give my thoughts. I will tell you all personally coming in, I am very pessimistic that I'm going to change my thoughts on this. I know so much personally about this on a personal level. I will just say this before I get into the tea. I'll save the rest for next week. But I actually spoke for 3 hours on the phone with Jussie Smollett during the pandemic. I spoke with him for 3 hours. And it was just me and him. And we had a whole conversation. And there was a lot. And my friends know, like, I was at the Poconos and you know, I was at, you know, and I was so deep into this conversation, and he hit me up he got my DMs, and yeah, it was a lot. But I won't tell the whole story. I'll tell that next week. So y'all got to stay tuned for next week's episode, Ernestly Speaking, because clearly that tea is gonna be hot. But there's a lot. There's a lot more, and there's a lot more I haven't shared in the past. I'm going to share more about that experience because now that time has passed and some stuff has come out, I can now put all this in totality and let you all know. Separate the fact from fiction with that documentary and what I knew and what he told me himself. But it was very intense. It was a lot. But I'm gonna allow, you know, let's go bar for bar, let's go round for round. I'm gonna tell it. So that is that you know, stay tuned. So I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna hold a lot of my thoughts before I'm gonna watch it first, and then I'm gonna let y'all know what I thought about it next week. So that's that. So that concludes this week's episode of Speaking. I mean, like, stuff I want y'all to be aware of. Stuff that's coming down. Pay close attention this week. Watch this space. Because anything shocking, surprising can happen this week. There's a lot going on in Ernest Media Empire. There's a lot of big announcement stuff coming. Watch this space, watch this field, watch it, okay? There's a lot of big stuff going on. Yeah, I'm excited about everything. So much good stuff coming on. And I'm curious to see the public response to this growing controversy around these new police contracts and stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be happening. We are getting ready for fall, baby. We're gearing up for fall, baby. We're in mid-August. It's time to go. And as always, be well and be best.
Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.